Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. The summer of 2019 marked my third consecutive season working at the Desert Springs Resort near Lake Powell. At 24, I had developed an addiction to the raw, untamed beauty of southern Utah's Red Rock country. The resort hired seasonal workers like me to guide tourists through the labyrinthine canyons and hidden alcoves that tourism brochures could never adequately capture. Most of my colleagues spent their off hours in the staff lounge, playing cards or streaming movies on spotty Wi-Fi. But I craved solitude. Every spare moment found me hiking alone into the vast expanse of high desert that stretched endlessly beyond the resort's manicured boundaries. The landscape was harsh and unforgiving, a moonscape of red sandstone, sparse juniper, and endless sagebrush that could swallow a person whole. The staff dormitory sat isolated on a plateau overlooking the reservoir, connected to civilization by a single two-lane highway that wound through miles of empty desert. During the day, the road carried a steady stream of RVs and tourist vehicles. But after sunset, it transformed into something altogether different. A ribbon of asphalt that seemed to disappear into an abyss of darkness. On this particular evening in late July, I had spent the afternoon exploring a series of slot canyons that few tourists ever discovered. The temperature had reached 108 degrees, and the sandstone walls radiated heat like an oven. By the time I reached my battered Jeep Cherokee, my water bottles were empty, and my shirt was crusted with salt stains. The drive back to the dormitories normally took 30 minutes, but I drove slowly, savoring the gradual transition from day to night in the desert. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the cliffs in shades of orange and deep crimson. This was the magic hour that kept me coming back. When the harsh edges of the landscape softened and the desert revealed its hidden beauty. As darkness settled over the high plateau, my headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the blackness. No streetlights existed for miles in any direction. No houses dotted the roadside. Just endless expanses of brush and stone that seemed to absorb all sound, except the steady hum of my engine. I had driven this route hundreds of times, but tonight something felt different. The familiar comfort of solitude was replaced by an inexplicable sense of unease that seemed to emanate from the desert itself. 20 minutes into the drive, my headlights illuminated a straight stretch of highway that I knew well. To my left, the road was bordered by a deep wash that carried flash floodwaters during the rare desert storms. To my right, the land rose gradually toward a series of low mesas that disappeared into the darkness. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Far off the road, perhaps half a mile into the desert, small points of light flickered in the darkness. They appeared to be campfires, but something about them immediately struck me as wrong. I eased my foot off the accelerator and pulled over to the shoulder, gravel crunching under my tires. The engine ticked as it cooled, and I rolled down my windows to listen. The desert was completely silent. No wind, no insects, no distant sounds of human activity. Stepping out of the Jeep, I studied the lights more carefully. There were 4 of them, arranged in what appeared to be a rough circle. They flickered and danced like flames, but their color was all wrong. Instead of the warm orange-yellow of a wood fire, these lights had an eerie blue-white quality that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. My rational mind immediately began searching for explanations. Perhaps they were gas flames from a broken pipeline, though I knew of no infrastructure in this remote area. Maybe they were vehicle headlights, though I could hear no engines and saw no movement. The more I stared, the more convinced I became that these were not ordinary fires. The summer fire restrictions had been in effect for weeks due to extreme drought conditions. Anyone caught with an open flame in the desert faced hefty fines and possible imprisonment. Yet here were 4 distinct sources of light in an area where no roads existed, no camping was permitted, and no rational explanation seemed to fit. I reached for my phone to call the ranger station, but the screen showed no signal. This wasn't unusual in the remote desert, but tonight it added to my growing sense of isolation. I was alone with whatever was creating those lights, miles from the nearest help. Standing there in the darkness, I became acutely aware of how vulnerable I was. My Jeep was the only vehicle on the road, and the lights seemed to pulse in response to my presence, as if they had noticed me watching them. Despite every instinct screaming at me to get back in my vehicle and drive away, I found myself walking around to the passenger side of the Jeep and retrieving my flashlight from the glove compartment. The beam seemed pathetically weak against the vast darkness of the desert. I had spent countless hours hiking in this terrain, and I knew the dangers. Rattlesnakes were active at night during the summer months. The ground was riddled with hidden ravines and unstable rock formations that could trap or injure an unwary traveler. Most importantly, it was incredibly easy to become disoriented in the featureless landscape and wander in circles until exhaustion or dehydration claimed you. Yet something was pulling me toward those lights with a force I couldn't resist. It wasn't curiosity alone. It was something deeper, more primal. A compulsion that seemed to bypass my conscious mind and speak directly to some ancient part of my brain. I locked the Jeep and began walking toward the fence that separated the highway from the open desert. The barrier was nothing more than 3 strands of rusted barbed wire strung between weathered posts, designed to keep cattle from wandering onto the road rather than to stop determined humans. Carefully lifting the bottom wire, I crawled through and found myself standing in virgin desert. My boots immediately sank into loose sand mixed with small rocks and dried vegetation. Each step produced a soft crunching sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the absolute silence. As I began walking toward the lights, I noticed they appeared to be much farther away than I had initially estimated. What had seemed like a half-mile walk from the road now looked more like 2 or 3 miles across increasingly rough terrain. The lights themselves seemed to hover several feet above the ground, giving them an otherworldly quality that made my skin crawl. The rational part of my mind kept insisting I turn back. I had no water, no way to call for help, and no one knew where I was. If I became lost or injured, it could be days before anyone found me. But my feet kept moving forward, as if controlled by some external force. After walking for what felt like hours, I began to notice changes in the terrain. The ground became more level and cleared of vegetation. Small fragments of what looked like pottery or metal began appearing among the rocks. As I got closer to the lights, these artifacts became more numerous and recognizable. When I was still approximately 100 yards from the lights, I stopped and crouched down to examine some of the objects scattered across the ground. My flashlight beam revealed fragments of rusted metal, pieces of broken glass, and what appeared to be chunks of concrete or adobe. This had once been a settlement of some kind. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was standing in the ruins of a place where people had once lived, worked, and died. The artifacts told a story of sudden abandonment, personal belongings left behind, structures collapsed or demolished, nature slowly reclaiming what humans had built. As I stood up and continued walking, the extent of the destruction became more apparent. Foundation stones marked the outlines of several buildings. A rusted water tank lay on its side, riddled with bullet holes. Scattered among the debris were more personal items: a child's toy truck with its paint worn away, a woman's shoe with the sole separated from the upper, fragments of dishes and household goods. But it was the silence that truly unnerved me. No wind stirred the desert air. No nightbirds called. Even the usual sound of my own breathing seemed muffled, as if the very atmosphere was absorbing sound. The only noise was the soft scraping of my boots against the sand and stone. The lights were directly ahead now, perhaps 50 yards away. They appeared to be positioned at the 4 corners of what had once been the largest building in the settlement. As I approached, I could see the outline of walls that had crumbled to waist height, with doorways and window openings still visible in the ruins. Up close, the lights themselves defied explanation. They hovered approximately 6 feet above the ground, roughly the height where ceiling fixtures might have been mounted. Each light was about the size of a basketball, composed of what looked like swirling luminescent gas or plasma. They pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat, and seemed to respond to my presence by brightening and dimming in sequence. I stopped at what had once been the front entrance of the building and called out softly, "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice seemed to be absorbed by the desert air, producing no echo despite the surrounding walls. The lights immediately stopped their pulsing and hung motionless in the air. The silence became even more profound, if that was possible. I felt like an intruder in a sacred space, a trespasser in a place where I didn't belong. Standing at the threshold of the ruined building, I became aware that I was no longer alone. It wasn't anything I could see or hear. It was a sensation that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. The presence was ancient and weary, carrying a weight of sorrow that was almost overwhelming. I stepped carefully through the doorway, my flashlight beam revealing more details of the structure's interior. The floor was littered with debris, but I could make out the remnants of what had once been a home. A collapsed stone fireplace dominated one wall. The outline of room divisions was still visible, though the walls had mostly crumbled away. In what appeared to have been the main living area, I found something that made my breath catch in my throat. Arranged in a neat circle on the ground were 4 small objects: a child's doll, a tarnished silver locket, a pocket watch with its face cracked, and a bundle of letters tied with a ribbon that had somehow survived decades of desert weather. These weren't randomly scattered artifacts. Someone or something had deliberately arranged them in this pattern, perhaps as a memorial or shrine to the people who had once lived here. As I knelt to examine the objects more closely, the 4 lights above me began to pulse again. But now their rhythm was different. Instead of the steady heartbeat pattern I had observed earlier, they now flickered erratically, like flames dancing in a wind I couldn't feel. The temperature around me began to drop noticeably. In the summer desert, nights could be surprisingly cool, but this was different. The cold seemed to emanate from the ground itself, seeping through my boots and climbing up my legs. My breath began to form small clouds in the suddenly frigid air. That's when I heard the first sound other than my own movements, a soft rustling, like fabric moving in a gentle breeze. But there was no wind. The desert air remained perfectly still. I stood up slowly, every muscle in my body tense with the primal awareness that something was terribly wrong. The rustling sound grew louder and seemed to come from multiple directions at once. My flashlight beam swept frantically around the ruins, but revealed nothing but shadows and debris. The lights above me suddenly flared brighter, and in that moment of increased illumination, I saw them. Figures moved at the edge of my vision, just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. They were indistinct and translucent, like heat shimmer rising from hot asphalt, but they had form and purpose. I counted at least 6 of them, possibly more, standing among the ruins of the other buildings. My rational mind insisted these were hallucinations brought on by dehydration, fatigue, and the disorienting effects of the desert night. But my body knew better. Every primitive instinct I possessed was screaming at me to run, to get away from this place as fast as possible. Instead, I found myself frozen in place, unable to move or speak. The figures began to approach, moving with a strange, gliding motion that suggested they weren't quite touching the ground. As they drew closer, I could make out more details that my mind struggled to process. They wore clothing from another era: long dresses, work shirts, overalls, all faded and weathered as if bleached by decades of desert sun. Their faces were the most disturbing aspect. Where features should have been, there was only a vague suggestion of human form, like photographs that had been overexposed until all detail was lost. One of the figures, a woman in a long dress that might once have been blue, approached to within 10 feet of where I stood. She raised her arm and pointed toward the circle of objects on the ground, then gestured toward me. The message was clear. I was disturbing something sacred. I tried to speak, to apologize or explain my presence, but no sound would come from my throat. The cold was becoming unbearable now. and frost was actually forming on the metal buckles of my hiking boots. In the middle of the summer desert, I was experiencing sub-freezing temperatures that defied all natural explanation. The woman figure moved closer, and as she did, I caught a scent that shouldn't have existed in this arid landscape. The smell of rain on hot earth, mixed with something else. The sickly, sweet odor of decay. It was the smell of a place where too many people had died in too short a time. Behind her, the other figures had formed a circle around the ruins, effectively cutting off any escape route except the way I had come. They stood motionless now, but their presence radiated a mixture of sadness and barely contained anger that was almost crushing in its intensity. As I stood paralyzed in the ruins, fragments of understanding began to coalesce in my mind. This hadn't been just any settlement. It had been a community, a place where families had built their lives and dreams. And something terrible had happened here, something that had driven them away or worse. The artifacts scattered around the ruins told a story of hasty departure. People had left behind their most precious possessions, including family photographs and jewelry. No one abandons a family heirloom unless they have no choice. I thought about the bullet holes in the water tank, the collapsed buildings, the sense of overwhelming sorrow that permeated this place. This had been a massacre or forced removal, the kind of violent tragedy that leaves psychic scars on the landscape itself. The woman figure was directly in front of me now, close enough that I could feel the unnatural cold radiating from her form. She raised her hand again, but this time she placed it against my chest, directly over my heart. The touch was like being struck by lightning. Images flooded my mind with overwhelming clarity. Families loading wagons in desperate haste, while armed men on horseback watched from nearby hills. Children crying as their toys were left behind. Elderly people who couldn't make the journey being hidden in root cellars and storage sheds. The settlement burning in the distance as the survivors fled into the desert. And then, later, the systematic destruction of what remained. Government officials claiming the land for security purposes. Bulldozers covering the foundations with sand and stone. Official records being altered or destroyed to erase any evidence that people had ever lived here. The woman's touch conveyed not just images, but emotions. The terror of that final night, the grief of losing everything, the anger at being forgotten by history. These weren't malevolent spirits seeking to harm the living. They were the guardians of memory, keeping watch over a place that the world had chosen to forget. When the vision ended, I found myself on my knees in the sand, tears streaming down my face. The figures around me had moved closer, but their presence no longer felt threatening. Instead, I sensed a profound sadness and a desperate need to be acknowledged, to be remembered. I don't remember walking back to my Jeep. One moment I was kneeling in the ruins, surrounded by the figures, and the next I was sitting behind the steering wheel with the engine running and the heater blasting warm air that I desperately needed. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel. When I looked at my watch, I discovered that nearly 4 hours had passed since I had first seen the lights. It was past midnight, and I was supposed to be at work early the next morning. The drive back to the dormitories passed in a blur of confusion and disbelief. I kept checking my rearview mirror, expecting to see the lights following me, but the desert behind me remained dark and empty. Back in my small room, I sat on the edge of my bed and tried to process what had happened. The rational part of my mind insisted that I had experienced some kind of hallucination or breakdown, brought on by heat exhaustion and dehydration. But I could still feel the woman's cold touch on my chest, could still smell the rain and decay that had accompanied her presence. The next morning, I approached my supervisor, a weathered local man named Diego, who had worked at the resort for over 20 years. I described the location where I had seen the lights and asked if he knew anything about the area's history. His expression changed immediately when I mentioned the specific location. "You need to stay away from that place," he said quietly, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "Bad things happened there, a long time ago. Before my time, but my grandfather used to tell stories." When I pressed for details, Diego was reluctant to say more. Finally, he admitted that there had once been a small farming community in that area, established by homesteaders in the early 1900s. The official records claimed they had abandoned the settlement due to drought and economic hardship, but the local Native American tribes told a different story. According to their oral history, the farmers had been forced out by a combination of government pressure and vigilante violence. Families had been given hours to pack what they could carry and leave forever. Those who tried to return or resist had simply disappeared. My grandfather said the government wanted the land for something secret, Diego explained. Mining claims maybe, or military use. The families were scattered to different states, and most never spoke about what happened. But the old-timers say you can still see lights out there sometimes, especially on hot summer nights. That evening, I drove back to the same stretch of highway, but I didn't stop. As I passed the spot where I had pulled over the night before, I looked out toward the desert and saw them again. 4 blue-white lights hovering in the distance, pulsing in their steady rhythm like heartbeats in the darkness. I slowed down and lowered my window. In the warm night air, I whispered the words that had been building in my chest all day. I remember you. I won't let people forget. The lights flashed once, brightly, and then faded away. I never saw them again during the remainder of that summer, but I kept my promise. When I returned home at the end of the season, I began researching the history of the area, using old newspaper archives and government records to piece together the true story of what had happened in that desert community. It took years, but I eventually found descendants of the families who had been forced from their homes. I collected their stories, their photographs, their memories passed down through generations. In 2023, I published a book documenting the forgotten history of the Desert Springs community and the injustices that had been buried beneath decades of official silence. The book didn't become a bestseller, but it served its purpose. The people who had lived and died in that desert place finally had their story told. Their memory was preserved for future generations. Sometimes, late at night when I'm driving through the desert, I think about the woman in the faded blue dress and wonder if she knows that her vigil has finally ended. The lights haven't been seen since my book was published, and I like to think that means they can finally rest. The desert keeps its secrets well, but sometimes if you're willing to listen, it will share them with you. And once you've heard those whispers on the wind, you carry the responsibility of giving voice to the voiceless and remembering the forgotten. That's a burden I'm honored to bear. The aluminum hull of my canoe scraped against the rocky shore of Little Triscuit Island as dusk settled over Lake of the Woods like a heavy blanket. August 15th, 2019. A date that would become permanently etched in my memory for all the wrong reasons. The day had been punishing. 8 hours of paddling through choppy waters under a merciless sun that seemed to suck every drop of moisture from our bodies. My shoulders ached with that familiar burn that comes from guiding wilderness expeditions. But after 12 years leading trips through these remote Canadian waters, I should have been used to it. Something felt different this time, though. Maybe it was the way the towering black spruces seemed to lean inward around our chosen campsite, creating a natural amphitheater that trapped sounds and shadows. Or perhaps it was the absolute silence that fell over the water as soon as we pulled our canoes onto the narrow beach. No loons calling, no fish jumping, not even the gentle lap of waves against the shore. The usual symphony of wilderness sounds had simply stopped. My co-guide Kyle emerged from his canoe, water dripping from his paddle as he surveyed our surroundings with the practiced eye of someone who'd spent countless nights in the backcountry. At 28, he was 3 years younger than me, but had an intuitive understanding of wilderness rhythms that impressed even veteran guides. Tonight, however, I noticed his usual easy confidence seemed strained around the edges. Behind us, 7 teenagers between the ages of 13 and 17 began the familiar ritual of unloading gear and claiming tent sites. These kids had been with us for 4 days already, and I'd grown accustomed to their individual quirks and personalities. There was David, a quiet 15-year-old who spoke in whispers when he spoke at all, his words often tumbling out in rushed bursts as if he'd been storing them up for days. Casey, our lone female camper at 16, possessed a sharp wit that could cut through the boys' adolescent posturing with surgical precision. The others, Jake, Mason, Tyler, Connor, and Sam, formed the typical spectrum of teenage bravado mixed with genuine wilderness enthusiasm. As I helped drag the last canoe well above the high water mark, I found myself scanning the dense wall of forest that pressed close to our small clearing. The undergrowth was thick here, a tangle of alders and willows that created impenetrable shadows even in the fading daylight. Something about those shadows made my skin crawl, though I couldn't articulate why. In over a decade of guiding, I'd developed reliable instincts about campsites. Which ones would be buggy, which might flood in heavy rain, which offered the best wind protection. This site checked all the practical boxes, but my gut was sending warning signals I couldn't ignore. "Hey, David," I called out, noticing the boy standing motionless at the edge of our clearing, staring into the darkening forest with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "Need help with your tent?" He didn't respond immediately, just kept staring into the trees with that peculiar focus of his. When he finally turned toward me, his pale face carried an expression I couldn't quite read, part confusion, part concern, part something else entirely. "Who is that man?" he asked, his voice carrying that flat quality it took on when he was trying to process something beyond his understanding. I followed his gaze into the forest, squinting against the gathering darkness. The shadows seemed to shift and dance, creating the illusion of movement where there should be none. But I saw no human figure, no flash of clothing or pale skin among the dark trunks. "Where?" I asked, moving to stand beside him. David pointed with a trembling finger toward a cluster of spruce trees about 30 yards into the forest. "Right there. He's just standing there watching us." Kyle had caught our conversation and jogged over, his boots crunching on the carpet of pine needles and dried leaves. The three of us stood together, straining our eyes against the deepening gloom. I counted heads quickly. All 7 kids were accounted for, visible around our campsite. Kyle was beside me. That left no one who could be standing in those trees. "Maybe it's just the way the shadows are falling," Kyle suggested, but his voice carried an uncertainty that matched my own growing unease. "These old forests can play tricks on your eyes, especially when you're tired." David didn't argue, but he didn't look convinced either. He continued staring into the forest for another long moment before finally turning away to help with camp setup. But I noticed how he positioned his tent with the door facing away from the trees, and how he kept glancing over his shoulder as he worked. The campsite came together with the efficient choreography of a group that had been living together for several days. Tents sprouted in a rough circle around the fire pit Kyle and I had constructed from gathered stones. The boys argued good-naturedly about who would collect firewood and who would help with dinner preparations. Casey organized her gear with military precision, each item finding its designated place in a system only she understood. As full darkness settled over the lake, our campfire became a small island of warmth and light in an ocean of impenetrable black. The flames danced and flickered, casting wild shadows that seemed to reach into the forest like grasping fingers. Beyond the circle of firelight, the world simply ceased to exist, a void so complete it felt almost solid. We gathered around the fire for our evening meal, the kids' voices gradually becoming more subdued as the night pressed in around us. The usual chatter about the day's paddling and tomorrow's route gave way to uncomfortable silences, punctuated by nervous glances toward the forest. Even the most outgoing members of our group seemed infected by the strange atmosphere that had settled over our campsite. I found myself studying each face in the firelight, noting the tension that hadn't been there on previous nights. David sat with his back to the fire, watching the tree line with unwavering attention. Casey hugged her knees to her chest, a posture I'd never seen from her before. The other boys seemed to be working harder than usual to maintain their typical adolescent bravado, but I could see the strain around their eyes. As the night deepened and the fire burned lower, the sounds of the wilderness began to creep back, but they were wrong somehow. Instead of the comforting hoots of owls and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, we heard strange creaking sounds from the forest, like massive trees swaying in a wind that we couldn't feel. Twice I thought I heard footsteps circling our campsite, staying just beyond the reach of our firelight. When we finally banked the fire and retreated to our tents, the silence that followed felt oppressive, almost suffocating. As I zipped myself into my sleeping bag beside Kyle, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong with Little Triscuit Island. The wilderness had always been my refuge, a place where the complexities of modern life fell away and left only the honest challenges of survival and navigation. But tonight, for the first time in my guiding career, the wilderness felt hostile. Sleep came fitfully that night, interrupted by dreams of pale figures moving between dark trees and the sound of canvas tearing in the wind that wasn't there. My internal clock, honed by years of early morning departures and dawn fishing expeditions, told me it was somewhere around 2 in the morning when Casey's voice cut through the darkness like a blade. "Stop it!" she shouted, her voice sharp with irritation and something that might have been fear. "Just stop." The sound jolted me from the edge of sleep with the intensity of a gunshot. Beside me, Kyle was already fumbling for his flashlight, his movements clumsy with sudden awakening. Through the thin walls of our tent, we could hear the distinctive sound of someone moving around outside. Footsteps on dried leaves, the rustle of fabric against branches. "Casey," Kyle called out, his voice carrying the authoritative tone we used when dealing with potential emergencies. "Everything okay out there?" The response was a long moment of silence that stretched my nerves taut. When Casey finally answered, her voice had dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than her earlier shout. I thought you guys were shaking my tent." Kyle and I exchanged glances in the dim glow of his flashlight. Neither of us had left our tent since turning in for the night. I would have heard the zipper, felt the movement as Kyle got up. More importantly, I would have heard whoever it was walking across the campsite to Casey's tent, which was positioned a good 20 feet from ours. "We've been in here the whole time," I called back, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. "Are you sure someone was shaking your tent?" Another long pause, followed by what sounded like Casey moving around inside her tent, checking her gear, or maybe just trying to get comfortable again. "It felt like someone was pulling on the guy lines," she said finally. "Really hard. Hard enough that I thought the tent was going to come down on top of me." Kyle had already started pulling on his boots, his face grim in the flashlight's glare. I followed suit, though every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to stay inside our tent, to pull my sleeping bag over my head and wait for morning. The rational part of my mind insisted that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a raccoon had gotten tangled in the tent lines, or a sudden gust of wind had caught the fabric just right. But as we unzipped our tent and stepped out into the night, the rational explanations crumbled like old paper. The air was completely still, not even the faintest breath of wind to stir the leaves or ripple the surface of the lake. The other 6 tents stood dark and motionless, their occupants presumably still asleep. There was no sign of any animal that might have caused the disturbance. No scattered food or overturned gear that would indicate a raccoon or bear had visited our campsite. Most disturbing of all was the complete silence that surrounded us. Even in the deepest wilderness, night is rarely truly quiet. There are always the small sounds of life continuing in the darkness. The splash of a beaver tail or the rustle of a mouse in the underbrush. But Little Triscuit Island seemed to exist in a bubble of absolute stillness, as if the normal laws of nature had been suspended. Kyle played his flashlight beam in a wide arc around Casey's tent, looking for any sign of what might have caused the disturbance. The tent appeared normal from the outside, properly staked and taut, no obvious damage to the fabric or frame. But as we circled around to the side facing the forest, Kyle's light picked up something that made both of us freeze. Two of Casey's tent stakes had been pulled from the ground and twisted into perfect right angles, the metal bent with such force that it looked like it had been heated and shaped in a forge. These weren't the cheap aluminum stakes that came with budget camping gear. They were high-quality steel stakes that could withstand hurricane-force winds without bending. The kind of force required to twist them into these geometric shapes would have been enormous, certainly more than any animal could generate. Jesus, Kyle breathed, then quickly corrected himself. God, how does something like this even happen? I knelt beside the twisted stakes, trying to understand what I was seeing. The metal was cold to the touch, showing no signs of having been heated. But the bends were so precise, so deliberate, that they looked almost intentional, like someone or something had carefully shaped them into these impossible angles. Casey, I called softly toward her tent. Can you come out here for a minute? We need to show you something. The zipper of her tent moved slowly, and Casey emerged looking pale and shaken. Her usually perfect ponytail was disheveled, and I could see she was trembling slightly in the cool night air. When Kyle showed her the twisted stakes, her face went completely white. That's impossible, she whispered. Those stakes were fine when I set up the tent. I checked them twice because the ground was so rocky. We spent the next 20 minutes searching the campsite for any explanation, any clue that might help us understand what had happened. Kyle checked the other tents to make sure their stakes were secure. I examined the ground around Casey's tent for footprints or any other signs of disturbance. We found nothing. No tracks, no broken branches, no evidence that anything larger than a squirrel had been near our campsite. Eventually, we helped Casey move her tent closer to ours, reasoning that there was safety in numbers even if we couldn't identify what we needed protection from. As we worked to restake her tent with spare stakes from our repair kit, I noticed David's tent zipper was partially open, and I could see the pale oval of his face watching us from inside. Did you see anything, David? I asked quietly. He shook his head, but his eyes remained fixed on the forest beyond our campsite. I heard it, though, he said in that whisper-soft voice of his. Footsteps, walking around and around the camp. And something else, like breathing, really heavy breathing, like someone who'd been running. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as he spoke. I hadn't heard any breathing, but then again, my own heartbeat had been so loud in my ears that I might have missed other sounds. Kyle finished securing Casey's tent and stood up, his face troubled. Maybe we should consider heading back to base camp in the morning, he suggested. This island just feels wrong. I was about to agree when we heard it, a sound that made all three of us freeze. From somewhere in the forest came the unmistakable crack of a large branch breaking, followed by what sounded like something heavy moving through the underbrush. The sounds were coming from multiple directions, as if whatever was out there was circling our campsite just beyond the reach of our flashlights. Casey grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my jacket with desperate strength. "What is that?" she whispered. I didn't have an answer. In all my years of wilderness guiding, I'd encountered bears, moose, wolves, and countless other potentially dangerous animals. But this sounded different somehow, more deliberate, more calculating than any animal I'd ever heard. The sounds continued for several minutes, a slow procession of breaking branches and rustling leaves that seemed to move in a complete circle around our camp. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the sound stopped. The forest returned to its unnatural silence, leaving us standing in a small pool of flashlight illumination, straining our ears for any hint of what had been watching us from the darkness. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Morning came with agonizing slowness, the eastern sky gradually lightening from black to deep purple to pale gray. I had spent the remaining hours until dawn sitting beside the rebuilt fire, feeding it small sticks and watching the shadows between the trees for any sign of movement. Kyle had taken the first watch while Casey tried to rest in her relocated tent, but neither of us had been able to shake the feeling that we were being observed. As the sun finally crested the tree line and began to burn away the morning mist that clung to the lake's surface, our campsite began to stir. The boys emerged from their tents with the usual groggy complaints about sleeping on hard ground and needing coffee, but their normal teenage grousing felt forced, as if they were working to maintain normalcy in the face of something they couldn't understand. David was the last to emerge, and when he did, his face was pale and drawn with exhaustion. Dark circles under his eyes suggested he'd slept even less than the rest of us. He moved through the morning routine of rolling up his sleeping bag and organizing his gear with mechanical precision, but I noticed his hands shaking slightly as he worked. "Rough night?" I asked, crouching down beside him as he stuffed his sleeping bag into its compression sack. He nodded without looking up. I kept hearing things. Footsteps. Branches breaking. And... He paused, his hands going still as he struggled to find words. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Even inside my tent with the zipper closed, I felt like there were eyes on me. Before I could respond, Casey's voice cut across the campsite with an edge of panic that made everyone freeze. "Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me." She was standing beside her tent, holding up 2 more of her stakes, both twisted into the same impossible right angles as the ones we'd found during the night. But these stakes had been supporting the corners of her tent that faced away from the forest, the corners that should have been completely protected from whatever had been moving through the trees. Kyle jogged over to examine the new damage, his expression growing more troubled as he turned the twisted metal over in his hands. "When did this happen?" he asked. "I checked all your stakes when we moved your tent. They were fine when I went to sleep," Casey said, her voice tight with barely controlled fear. "I specifically checked them because I was so freaked out about the other ones. These were perfectly normal when I zipped up my tent." The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. If the stakes had been twisted during the few hours between our tent relocation and dawn, it meant that whatever was responsible for the damage had continued its work even while we were awake and watching. It had somehow approached Casey's tent, twisted solid steel stakes into geometric impossibilities, and retreated back into the forest without making a sound. I gathered the group together for an emergency meeting, spreading our topographic map on a flat stone beside the fire pit. The original plan had been to spend 2 more days exploring the smaller islands around Little Triscuit before heading back to base camp, but those plans were now completely off the table. "We're breaking camp and heading back today," I announced, trying to keep my voice steady and authoritative. "Something's not right here, and I'm not comfortable staying another night." To their credit, none of the kids argued. Even Jake and Tyler, who usually pushed back against any change in plans, just nodded and began packing their gear without complaint. The events of the night had shaken everyone, though most of them probably didn't understand exactly what they were afraid of. As we worked to break down the campsite, I found myself studying the forest around us with new eyes. The trees seemed closer somehow, as if they had crept inward during the night. The shadows between the trunks looked deeper and more impenetrable than they had the evening before. Most disturbing of all was the complete absence of wildlife. No squirrels chattering in the branches, no birds calling from the canopy, no insects buzzing through the morning air. David approached me as I was rolling up our cooking tarp, his movements hesitant and uncertain. "Can I tell you something?" he asked in that whisper-soft voice of his. I nodded, giving him my full attention. "I know you're going to think I'm crazy," he began, his eyes darting toward the forest before returning to my face. "But I don't think we're alone here. I mean, I know there's no one else on the island with us, but there's something here. Something that doesn't want us here." Before I could respond, he continued in a rush of words that tumbled over each other in his haste to get them out. "Last night, when I was lying in my tent, I heard footsteps walking around the camp. But they weren't normal footsteps. They were too careful, too deliberate. Like someone was trying really hard not to make noise but couldn't help making some sound anyway. And the breathing? It sounded like something big, something that had been running or exerting itself." He paused, taking a shaky breath before continuing. "But the worst part was when the footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I could hear breathing just on the other side of the fabric, so close I could have reached out and touched whatever was there. And I swear I could feel it looking at me, even though I couldn't see anything. David's account sent cold tendrils of fear crawling up my spine. His description matched too closely with my own half-formed impressions from the night before, the sense of being watched, the feeling that something was moving just beyond the reach of our senses. "Did you see anything when you looked outside earlier?" I asked. "When you thought you saw a man in the forest?" He nodded emphatically. It was tall, really tall, taller than any person should be, and thin, like it hadn't eaten in a long time. It was wearing something light-colored, maybe white or pale gray. But the strangest thing was how still it was. It didn't move at all, just stood there watching us set up camp. As David spoke, I noticed that several of the other kids had stopped their packing and were listening to our conversation. Their faces showed a mixture of fear and fascination, the same expression people get when hearing a ghost story around a campfire. But this wasn't a story, and we weren't safe in our living rooms listening to made-up tales of supernatural terror. Casey joined our growing circle, her tent finally packed and ready to load into the canoes. "I heard it too," she said quietly. "The breathing. It was right outside my tent for most of the night, just standing there. I was too scared to look outside, but I could hear it moving around, checking the other tents." Kyle finished securing the last of our gear and walked over to join the discussion. His usual easy confidence had been replaced by a grim determination that I recognized from difficult rescue situations. "Look," he said, addressing the entire group. "I don't know what's going on here, and honestly, I don't want to find out. We're getting off this island now, and we're not coming back. Everyone grab your life jackets, and let's get these canoes in the water." As we carried our gear down to the rocky beach, I took one last look back at our former campsite. The fire pit looked normal, just a circle of blackened stones that could have been left by any camping group. Our tent sites showed the usual flattened areas where sleeping bags had compressed the ground cover. There was no obvious sign that anything unusual had happened here, no evidence that would convince a skeptical outsider that we'd experienced anything more than overactive imaginations and sleep deprivation. But those twisted tent stakes were real. The absolute silence of the forest was real. And the bone-deep certainty that something had been watching us from the shadows was more real than anything I'd ever experienced. As we pushed our canoes into the calm water and began paddling away from Little Triscuit Island, I found myself scanning the tree line one last time. For just a moment, I thought I saw a pale shape standing among the dark spruce trees, tall and impossibly thin, watching our retreat with inhuman patience. When I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there. The paddle back toward the main body of Lake of the Woods should have been a relief, but the farther we got from Little Triscuit Island, the more my unease grew. It wasn't the simple relief of escaping danger. It was the nagging sensation that we were carrying something with us. Some invisible weight that pressed down on the group like a physical presence. Our convoy of 4 canoes moved in tighter formation than usual, no one wanting to drift too far from the others. The kids, normally chattering constantly about everything from favorite movies to complaints about mosquito bites, paddled in relative silence. Even Jake and Tyler, our most vocal troublemakers, seemed subdued as they mechanically dipped their paddles into the dark water. I found myself constantly looking back over my shoulder toward Little Triscuit, which remained visible as a dark smudge on the horizon for the first hour of our journey. Each time I turned around, I half expected to see something following us. A pale figure walking on the water's surface or a canoe that hadn't been there moments before. But there was never anything except the empty lake stretching endlessly in all directions. Kyle paddled alongside me, his usual technique replaced by sharp, aggressive strokes that suggested he was working through his own anxieties. During a brief water break, he maneuvered his canoe close enough that we could talk without the kids overhearing. "I've been guiding trips for 8 years," he said quietly, his eyes scanning the horizon as he spoke. "Bears, wolves, lightning storms, hypothermia cases. I've dealt with all of it, but I've never felt anything like what happened back there. I nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. The twisted tent stakes were disturbing enough, but they could potentially be explained by some freak accident or equipment failure. It was the atmosphere of the place that truly unsettled me. The sense that the normal rules of wilderness behavior simply didn't apply on Little Triscuit Island. David's description of what he saw keeps bothering me, I admitted. Tall, thin, pale clothing. It's too specific to be just imagination. Kyle's paddle paused mid-stroke. You think he really saw something? I think we all saw something, or sensed something. The question is what it was. Before Kyle could respond, Casey's voice called out from the canoe behind us. Hey, can we stop for a minute? I need to check something. We guided our small flotilla toward a nearby rocky outcrop where we could beach the canoes safely. Casey immediately began digging through her pack with frantic urgency, pulling out clothing and camping gear in her search for something specific. What's wrong? I asked, though her pale face and shaking hands already suggested the answer wouldn't be reassuring. My journal, she said, her voice tight with panic. I write in it every night before bed, and I always put it in the same pocket of my pack. It's not there. Kyle and I exchanged glances. A missing journal might seem like a minor problem under normal circumstances, but given everything else that had happened, even small deviations from routine felt significant. When did you last see it? Kyle asked. Last night, before all the weirdness started. I wrote about the day's paddling and then put it right back where it always goes. Casey's hands continued their frantic search through every pocket and compartment of her pack. It's definitely not here. David, who had been quietly listening to our conversation, spoke up in his characteristic whisper. Maybe it fell out when when the stakes got twisted. The possibility that Casey's journal was still on Little Triscuit Island, possibly scattered somewhere around our former campsite, sent a chill through the entire group. None of us wanted to suggest going back to look for it, but leaving behind personal belongings felt like abandoning a part of ourselves to whatever presence inhabited that place. It's just a journal, Casey said, but her voice cracked slightly as she spoke. It's not like it had anything important in it, just stupid teenage thoughts and complaints about bug bites. But I could see in her eyes that it was more than that. For a 16-year-old girl spending weeks in the wilderness, that journal was probably her primary outlet for processing the challenges and emotions of the experience. Losing it would feel like losing a piece of herself. As we prepared to resume paddling, Sam raised his hand hesitantly. Can I say something weird? I nodded, though my stomach was already clenching in anticipation of whatever new strangeness he was about to report. When we were packing up this morning, I noticed that someone had been through my stuff. Not like stealing anything, but like someone had carefully looked through everything and then put it back almost exactly where it was before. My sleeping bag was rolled up differently than I roll it, and my clothes were folded in a way I never fold them. Connor immediately spoke up. Me too. I thought I was just being paranoid, but my pack definitely looked different this morning, like someone had reorganized it during the night. One by one, the other boys admitted to similar experiences. Gear that had been arranged one way at bedtime was subtly different in the morning. Nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed, but small changes that suggested someone had been methodically searching through their belongings while they slept. The implications were terrifying. If something had been in our campsite during the night, not only had it been close enough to twist Casey's tent stakes and approach the other tents, it had actually been inside our personal space, handling our belongings with a deliberate curiosity that suggested intelligence and purpose. Why would something do that? Mason asked, his voice small and uncertain. I mean, if it wanted to hurt us or steal our stuff, why just look through everything and put it back? I didn't have an answer, and the question hung in the air like a physical weight as we resumed our journey. The sun was climbing higher, burning off the morning mist and revealing the full expanse of Lake of the Woods, stretching endlessly in all directions. Under normal circumstances, the sight would have been breathtaking. Thousands of islands scattered across pristine water, each one offering its own unique camping opportunities and wilderness experiences. But today, each island looked potentially menacing. Each dark shoreline could be hiding something that watched our passage with inhuman patience. The vastness that usually made me feel free and alive now felt oppressive, as if we were insects crossing an ocean under the gaze of something vast and unknowable. David, paddling in the stern of the canoe behind mine, kept turning his head to scan the water around us. His movements were quick and nervous, like a deer constantly checking for predators. "David," I called out during our next water break. "You doing okay back there?" He shook his head, his pale face even more drawn than usual. "I keep feeling like we're being followed. Not by another boat or anything you can see, but by something under the water, maybe, or something that doesn't need a boat." His words sent a collective shiver through the group. The idea that whatever we'd encountered on Little Triscuit Island might not be confined to that location, that it might be capable of pursuing us across the water, transformed our escape into something that felt more like a prolonged chase. As we prepared to cover the final miles to our next intended campsite, Kyle made a decision that probably saved our sanity, if not our lives. "Change of plans," he announced. "We're not stopping at another island tonight. We're paddling straight back to base camp, even if it means traveling after dark." The relief on every face was immediate and obvious. None of us wanted to spend another night in the wilderness, not after what we'd experienced. The thought of setting up tents on another remote island, of sitting around another campfire while something potentially watched us from the darkness, was unbearable. But as we turned our canoes toward the distant base camp, still hours of hard paddling away, I couldn't shake the feeling that distance alone wouldn't be enough to protect us from whatever we'd awakened on Little Triscuit Island. The paddle back to base camp stretched into the longest 8 hours of my guiding career. What should have been a routine journey across familiar water became an endurance test of nerves and willpower as our group fought against both physical exhaustion and the psychological weight of our experience. By midday, the sun had climbed to its merciless peak, turning the lake surface into a mirror that reflected heat and light with painful intensity. The kids were struggling, their paddle strokes becoming increasingly erratic as dehydration and fatigue took their toll. Under normal circumstances, I would have called for extended breaks every hour, found shaded coves where we could rest and recover our strength. But none of us wanted to stop. The compulsion to keep moving, to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and Little Triscuit Island, drove us forward even as our shoulders burned and our hands developed blisters from gripping the paddle shafts too tightly. Casey, normally one of our strongest paddlers, was visibly struggling in the bow of Kyle's canoe. Her strokes had lost their rhythm, and I could see her frequently scanning the water around us, as if expecting something to surface beside our small convoy. The loss of her journal seemed to have shaken her more deeply than she was willing to admit, and I suspected she was replaying the night's events over and over in her mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. David had grown increasingly agitated as the day wore on. Every shadow on the water's surface, every piece of driftwood or floating debris, drew his intense scrutiny. He'd point at something in the distance and ask if we could see it too, but when we looked, there was never anything there except the normal detritus of wilderness lake travel. "There," he said for the 10th time, his voice carrying a note of desperation that made my skin crawl. "Right there, about 50 yards ahead. Don't you see it?" I followed his pointing finger toward what appeared to be an empty patch of water, the surface broken only by gentle swells that caught the afternoon sunlight. Kyle and I exchanged worried glances. David's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic, and I was starting to worry about his mental state. "What do you think you're seeing, David?" I asked gently, trying to keep any trace of skepticism out of my voice. "It's following us," he whispered, his eyes never leaving that empty patch of water. "Just under the surface. It keeps pace with us no matter how fast or slow we paddle." The other boys had heard this exchange, and I could see the fear spreading through the group like a contagion. Connor kept checking over his shoulder, Sam was gripping his paddle so tightly his knuckles had gone white, and Tyler was mumbling what sounded like prayers under his breath. "David," Kyle said firmly, "there's nothing there. You're exhausted and your mind is playing tricks on you. We all are." But even as Kyle spoke those rational words, I found myself studying the water where David was pointing with uncomfortable intensity. There was nothing visible beneath the surface, no shadow or disturbance that would indicate something large moving below us. But the way the light played on the water seemed somehow wrong, as if the normal patterns of reflection and refraction had been subtly altered. During our next brief water break, gathered in a loose cluster of canoes, Jake brought up something that made the hair on my arm stand up. "Is anyone else having weird dreams?" he asked hesitantly. "I mean, since we left Little Trisket this morning, every time I close my eyes, even just to blink, I see things. Like really vivid images that feel more like memories than dreams." Connor nodded immediately. "Yes. I keep seeing that campsite, but it's different somehow. Like there are more tents than we had, and people I don't recognize. And they're all just standing there, not moving, like they're waiting for something. I keep dreaming about being underwater," Sam added, his voice barely above a whisper. "Like I'm at the bottom of the lake looking up, and there are shapes moving around on the surface. Dark shapes that aren't boats or canoes." The fact that multiple members of our group were experiencing similar intrusive visions while awake was deeply disturbing. In my years of wilderness guiding, I'd seen plenty of cases of exhaustion-induced hallucinations and stress reactions, but nothing like this coordinated psychological disturbance. Casey finally spoke up, her voice hollow with fatigue and fear. "I keep seeing my journal, in my dreams, I mean. Someone's reading it, turning the pages really carefully like they're trying to understand what the words mean. But when I try to see who's reading it, there's nobody there. Just the journal floating in empty space with the pages turning by themselves." Kyle made the decision to push harder for base camp, abandoning our usual rest schedule in favor of sustained paddling that would get us back to civilization as quickly as possible. The kids were exhausted, but the alternative, spending another night in the wilderness in our current psychological state, was unthinkable. As afternoon faded toward evening, the familiar landmarks of base camp finally began to appear on the horizon. The sight of the dock and the cluster of rustic buildings that served as headquarters for wilderness expeditions should have been reassuring, but I found that my anxiety was actually increasing as we approached safety. "What are we going to tell them?" Kyle asked quietly as we guided our canoes toward the dock. "How do we explain what happened without sounding like we've all lost our minds?" It was a valid question. The story of twisted tent stakes and nocturnal visitors would be difficult enough to believe if we had physical evidence, but we'd left everything behind on Little Trisket Island. All we had were the accounts of 7 traumatized teenagers and 2 guides who were questioning their own sanity. As we tied up at the dock, other guides and staff members gathered to welcome us back early from our expedition. Their friendly greetings and questions about why we'd returned ahead of schedule felt surreal after what we'd experienced. How could we explain that we'd fled from something we couldn't identify? Something that might not even exist in any conventional sense. David was the first to climb out of his canoe, his movements shaky and uncertain. As soon as his feet hit the dock, he turned back toward the lake and pointed toward the horizon where Little Trisket Island was now just a dark speck in the distance. "It's still there," he said, his voice carrying that flat certainty that had characterized his observations throughout our ordeal. "It's waiting for the next group to come and camp there." The base camp staff looked at him with the kind of confused concern usually reserved for cases of severe dehydration or hypothermia. But I found myself following his gaze toward that distant island, and for just a moment I thought I could see something pale moving among the dark trees of its shoreline. When I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there except shadows and distance. The debriefing session at base camp began as a routine post-expedition discussion, but quickly transformed into something resembling a therapy session as our group struggled to articulate what we'd experienced on Little Trisket Island. The camp director, a weathered veteran named Patricia Hensley who'd been managing wilderness expeditions for over 20 years, listened to our accounts with the patient expression of someone who'd heard every possible camping mishap and teenage drama. But as the testimonies continued, her expression shifted from professional patience to genuine concern, and finally to something approaching alarm. "Let me make sure I understand," she said, consulting the notes she'd been taking. "Multiple members of your group experienced unexplained sounds during the night. Several reported feeling watched. Gear was apparently searched through, and metal tent stakes were bent into geometric shapes with enough force to make them unusable." Kyle nodded grimly. "That's the summary, but it doesn't capture how wrong everything felt. In 20 years of camping, I've never experienced anything like the atmosphere on that island." Patricia turned to Casey, who had been sitting quietly in the corner of the meeting room, still visibly shaken by the loss of her journal and the night's events. "Casey, can you describe exactly what you felt when your tent was being shaken?" Casey's hands trembled slightly as she recalled the experience. "It wasn't random, like wind or an animal would cause. Someone was deliberately pulling on the guy lines, testing how much pressure the tent could take before collapsing. And when I yelled for them to stop, the pulling stopped immediately, like whatever was doing it understood my words and chose to respond." "The breathing," David added suddenly, his voice cutting through the room with startling intensity. "Don't forget about the breathing. It was right outside my tent for hours, just standing there. Not like an animal that would move around or make other sounds. Just patient. Like it was studying me." Patricia frowned, consulting a thick folder that I recognized as containing incident reports and safety documentation. "Have any of you heard the local stories about Little Trisket Island?" The question sent a chill through the room. Kyle and I exchanged glances. In our years of guiding expeditions through Lake of the Woods, we'd heard plenty of local folklore and legend, but nothing specific about Little Trisket. "What kind of stories?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. Patricia pulled out a photocopied newspaper article that looked like it had been printed decades ago. "This is from the Kenora Daily Miner, August 1987. A family camping on Little Trisket reported similar experiences. Unexplained sounds, feeling watched, gear being disturbed during the night. They cut their trip short and filed a report with the Ontario Provincial Police." She flipped through several more documents. "Here's another one from 1994. A youth group from Minnesota. Same island, similar reports. And this one from 2003. A solo kayaker who claimed something was stalking him around the island." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. What we'd experienced wasn't an isolated incident or a case of group hysteria. It was part of a pattern stretching back decades, possibly longer. "Why didn't you tell us about this before we went out there?" Kyle asked, his voice tight with anger. Patricia's expression became defensive. "Because 90% of the groups that camp on Little Trisket have perfectly normal experiences. The island has been used as a campsite for generations without incident. We can't avoid every location that has a few strange stories attached to it, or we'd run out of camping spots entirely." Jake raised his hand hesitantly. "What do the local indigenous people say about the island? I mean, they've been here longer than anyone else." Patricia's discomfort was obvious as she consulted her files again. "The Ojibwe bands in this area have traditional stories about certain locations that should be approached with respect. Little Trisket is mentioned in some of those stories, but it's usually described as a place where the boundary between worlds is thin, not necessarily dangerous." "Boundary between worlds?" Connor asked. "What does that mean?" "Different cultures have different ways of understanding spiritual geography," Patricia explained carefully. "Some locations are considered more spiritually active than others, places where the normal rules don't always apply." David leaned forward in his chair, his eyes bright with something between vindication and terror. "So what I saw was real? The tall figure in pale clothing?" Patricia hesitated before answering. Traditional stories from this region do include descriptions of beings that don't fit normal categories, entities that are neither human nor animal, but something else entirely. The clinical language couldn't disguise what she was really saying. We'd encountered something on Little Triscuit Island that existed outside the normal boundaries of wilderness experience, something that had been reported by visitors for decades, but never adequately explained or documented. Casey spoke up, her voice stronger than it had been all day. So what happens now? Do you put up warning signs? Tell other groups not to camp there? Patricia shook her head slowly. The island is designated as a legal campsite by Parks Canada. We can't simply declare it off-limits based on unusual experiences. But we can make note of your report and consider whether future groups should be briefed on the local folklore before camping there. The inadequacy of that response was frustrating, but I understood the institutional constraints Patricia was operating under. How do you officially acknowledge that one of your designated campsites is haunted? How do you balance safety concerns against the need to maintain credibility and avoid panic? As the meeting broke up and the kids dispersed to shower and call their parents, Kyle and I lingered to discuss the implications of what we'd learned. The pattern of reports dating back decades suggested that whatever we'd encountered was a persistent presence on Little Triscuit Island, not a temporary phenomenon or a case of overactive imaginations. I keep thinking about Casey's journal, Kyle said as we walked toward the guide's quarters. Why would something take a teenage girl's diary? What could it possibly want with personal writings about homesickness and boy troubles? The question haunted me throughout the evening as I tried to process the day's revelations. The idea that something inhuman was curious enough about human thoughts and experiences to steal and presumably read personal writings suggested a level of intelligence and purpose that was deeply unsettling. That night, as I lay in my bunk listening to the normal sounds of civilization, generators humming, boats puttering across the lake, other guides talking quietly on the porch, I found myself thinking about David's description of the figure he'd seen. Tall, thin, wearing pale clothing, standing motionless among the trees like it was studying our group with scientific detachment. The image that formed in my mind was of something that existed at the intersection of curiosity and hunger, drawn to human presence but fundamentally alien in its motivations and methods. Something that collected personal artifacts and studied human behavior with the patience of a researcher conducting a long-term experiment. As sleep finally claimed me, my last conscious thought was a prayer that whatever was waiting on Little Triscuit Island would remain content to observe from a distance, rather than deciding to expand the scope of its research to include more direct forms of contact. The base camp offered all the comforts of returning civilization: hot showers, real beds, and the reassuring hum of generators and boat motors that marked human presence. But sleep proved as elusive in the safety of the guide's quarters as it had been in our tent on Little Triscuit Island. Every time I closed my eyes, my mind replayed the events of the past 24 hours with exhausting persistence. Kyle was equally restless, tossing and turning in the bunk across from mine. Around midnight, he gave up the pretense of sleep and sat up, his face pale in the dim light filtering through the window. "I can't stop thinking about those tent stakes," he said quietly. "I've been trying to figure out what kind of force it would take to bend solid steel like that. The physics just don't make sense." I sat up as well, grateful for the conversation that would postpone another failed attempt at rest. I keep thinking about the systematic way it searched through everyone's gear. That suggests intelligence, planning, not the random actions of an animal or natural phenomenon. Through the thin walls of our quarters, we could hear the muffled sounds of the kids in the adjacent building. None of them seemed to be sleeping either, based on the quiet conversations and restless movement that drifted through the night air. Patricia's files suggested this has been happening for decades, Kyle continued. If something's been collecting information about campers for that long, what's it learning? What's the purpose? The question sent an uncomfortable chill through my already frayed nerves. The idea of being studied by something inhuman was disturbing enough, but the possibility that our experience was part of a longer pattern of observation and data collection transformed our ordeal from a supernatural encounter into something resembling an alien abduction scenario. A soft knock on our door interrupted my increasingly dark thoughts. I opened it to find David standing in the hallway, his pale face drawn with exhaustion and something that might have been desperation. "Can I talk to you guys?" he asked in that whisper-soft voice of his. "I can't sleep, and I keep seeing things." Kyle and I exchanged glances before inviting him in. David perched on the edge of Kyle's bunk, his hands clasped tightly in his lap as he struggled to find words for whatever was troubling him. "It's like the dreams haven't stopped," he began hesitantly. "Even when I'm awake, I keep seeing flashes of being back on the island, but not the way it was when we were there. Different times, different people camping there." His description matched the intrusive visions that several of the other kids had reported during our paddle back to base camp. The fact that these experiences were continuing even after we'd returned to safety suggested that our encounter with Little Triscuit Island had left lasting psychological effects. "What do you see in these visions?" I asked gently. David's hands began to shake as he recalled the images. Different camping groups over the years. Families, other youth groups, solo travelers. But they're all being watched by the same tall figure I saw in the trees. It's always there, at the edge of every campsite, studying whoever's camping on the island. He paused, taking a shuddering breath before continuing. "But in some of the visions, the figure isn't just watching. It's in the campsites, moving among the tents while people are sleeping, touching their gear, looking through their belongings, sometimes just standing beside sleeping bags and watching people breathe." The image David described, of something inhuman studying sleeping humans with clinical detachment, was profoundly disturbing. It suggested a level of intimate violation that went far beyond simple observation. "David," Kyle said carefully, "these might just be your mind trying to process what we experienced. Sometimes trauma can create very vivid false memories that feel completely real." But David shook his head emphatically. "It's not just my imagination. I can see details I shouldn't know. Specific camping gear that wasn't around when I was a kid, clothing styles from decades ago, even the faces of people I've never met. And in every vision, there are personal items missing. Journals, photographs, letters, things that would tell the story of who these people are." The pattern David described aligned too closely with our own experience to dismiss as fantasy. Casey's missing journal was just the latest in what appeared to be a decades-long collection of personal artifacts taken from campers on Little Triscuit Island. "There's something else," David continued, his voice dropping to barely audible levels. "In the visions, I can sometimes see where it takes the stolen items. There's a place on the island, hidden deep in the forest, where everything is stored. Hundreds of journals, photo albums, personal letters, all arranged very carefully, like a library or museum collection. The idea of a hidden archive of stolen human memories and experiences was simultaneously fascinating and terrifying. It suggested that whatever inhabited Little Triscuit Island was conducting a long-term anthropological study of human behavior and psychology, using stolen personal items as primary source documents." Kyle stood up and began pacing the small room, his expression troubled. "If David's visions are accurate, if there really is some kind of collection hidden on the island, then we need to report this to the authorities. The OPP, Parks Canada, someone with the authority to investigate." But even as he spoke, we all recognized the fundamental problem with that approach. How do you convince law enforcement officials to investigate a supernatural entity that may or may not exist? How do you explain that your evidence comes from the visions of a traumatized teenager? "They'll think we're all suffering from some kind of group psychological breakdown," I said. "And maybe we are. Maybe everything that happened can be explained by stress, exhaustion, and the power of suggestion. David looked at me with an expression of profound sadness. You still don't believe what we experienced was real, do you? Even after everything that happened, part of you thinks we imagined it all. His accusation hit closer to home than I cared to admit. Despite everything I'd witnessed and experienced, my rational mind continued to search for conventional explanations. The twisted tent stakes could have been equipment failure. The sounds in the forest could have been wind or animals. The sense of being watched could have been psychological projection. But the systematic search of our gear, the missing journal, the pattern of similar reports stretching back decades, these details formed a constellation of evidence that was difficult to explain through conventional means. I want to believe our experience was real, I admitted. But I also want to protect you kids from whatever the psychological consequences might be of believing you've encountered something supernatural. David smiled sadly. Too late for that. We've already encountered it. The question now is what we do with that knowledge. As dawn light began to filter through the windows of our quarters, I realized that our ordeal wasn't ending with our return to base camp. It was evolving into something more complex and potentially more dangerous. Whatever we'd awakened on Little Triscuit Island seemed to have formed some kind of connection with our group, particularly with David, whose visions were becoming increasingly detailed and disturbing. The thought that we might have become permanent subjects of study for something inhuman was almost too frightening to contemplate. But as I watched David's haunted eyes and listened to the continued restless movement from the kids' quarters, I began to suspect that our encounter with Little Triscuit Island was far from over. The final morning at base camp arrived with deceptive normalcy. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the dining hall, where our group gathered for what should have been a celebratory breakfast marking the end of our wilderness expedition. Instead, we sat around the wooden table picking at pancakes and bacon while avoiding each other's eyes, each lost in private thoughts about what we'd experienced and what it meant for our futures. The other guide teams and base camp staff maintained the cheerful routine of expedition farewells, but I could see them watching our group with poorly concealed concern. 7 teenagers and 2 experienced guides don't usually return from the wilderness looking like survivors of a psychological trauma, and our hollow-eyed exhaustion was impossible to hide. Patricia approached our table as the meal was winding down, carrying a manila folder that immediately drew my attention. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I could see tension around her eyes that hadn't been there during yesterday's debriefing. "I need to speak with your group privately," she said quietly. "We've received some additional information that you should be aware of before you leave." The kids looked up from their barely touched meals with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity. Whatever news Patricia was bringing, none of us expected it to be reassuring. We reconvened in the same meeting room where we'd given our initial testimonies, but this time Patricia's demeanor was markedly different. Gone was the professional skepticism and institutional caution. In its place was something approaching fear. "I spent most of yesterday evening making phone calls," she began, opening the folder to reveal a stack of documents and photographs. "Contacting other wilderness outfitters, Parks Canada officials, even some retired guides who've been working these waters for decades." She spread several photographs across the table, black and white images that looked like they'd been taken in the 1960s or 70s. Each showed camping scenes from what appeared to be Little Triscuit Island, but there was something subtly wrong with every image. "These were taken by various expeditions over the years," Patricia continued. "Look carefully at the backgrounds." I studied the photographs, trying to identify what had caught Patricia's attention. At first, they seemed like typical wilderness camping shots, groups of smiling campers around fires, people setting up tents, kids posing with fishing catches. But as I examined them more closely, I began to notice a recurring anomaly. In the background of nearly every photograph, just at the edge of the forest treeline, was a pale vertical shape that didn't quite belong. Sometimes it was partially obscured by branches or shadows, but in several images it was clearly visible. A tall, thin figure in light-colored clothing, standing motionless among the trees. "Oh God," Casey whispered, pointing at one particular photograph from 1983. That's the same thing David saw. Exactly the same. David leaned forward, his face pale with recognition. It's been there all along, watching every group that camps on the island, appearing in their photographs whether they notice it or not. Patricia nodded grimly. I contacted the photographers when possible. Most claimed they never noticed the figure when they took the pictures. It only became visible when the film was developed. A few remember feeling watched or sensing something unusual, but they attributed it to normal wilderness paranoia. Kyle studied one of the clearer images, his expression troubled. This suggests whatever we encountered isn't just a recent phenomenon. It's been a permanent presence on Little Triscuit Island for at least 40 years, probably longer. There's more, Patricia said, pulling out a photocopied report that looked official. I contacted the Ojibwe Cultural Center in Kenora. Their elder, a man named Joseph Standing Bear, knows the traditional stories about that island. She paused, clearly uncomfortable with what she was about to relay. According to the traditional stories, Little Triscuit Island is what they call a watching place. A location where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds is thin enough that beings from either side can observe the other. The entity that lives there is described as a collector of human stories. Collector? I asked, though I suspected I already knew what she meant. It gathers evidence of human existence, personal items, written records, anything that tells the story of individual lives and experiences. The traditional understanding is that it's trying to understand what makes humans human, studying us the way a scientist might study a new species. David spoke up, his voice carrying that eerie certainty that had characterized his observations throughout our ordeal. That's why it took Casey's journal, and that's why it searched through everyone's gear. It was looking for personal items that would tell our stories. The confirmation of David's visions through traditional indigenous knowledge was both validating and terrifying. It meant that what we'd experienced was real, but it also meant that we'd been subjects of study by something fundamentally alien to human experience. Mr. Standing Bear said something else that troubled me, Patricia continued. He said that people who have close encounters with the collector sometimes continue to be studied afterward, that it forms a connection with individuals who interest it particularly. All eyes turned to David, whose visions and sensitivity to the presence on Little Triscuit Island had marked him as the most affected member of our group. His pale face went even whiter as he processed the implications. You mean it's still watching me? Even here? Patricia's silence was answer enough. The meeting broke up in subdued silence as parents began arriving to collect their children. The usual tearful farewells and promises to stay in touch that mark the end of successful wilderness expeditions were replaced by awkward hugs and nervous glances. None of us knew how to process what we'd experienced or what it meant for our futures. As I helped load gear into various family vehicles, I noticed that several of the kids were exhibiting behaviors that suggested ongoing psychological effects. Connor kept checking over his shoulder as if expecting to see something following him. Sam jumped at unexpected sounds. Casey clung to her mother with an intensity that suggested she had no intention of spending time alone anytime soon. David was the last to be picked up, and as his parents loaded his gear into their SUV, he approached Kyle and me with an expression of profound sadness. It's not over, is it? He asked quietly. This connection, or whatever it is. I can still feel it watching me, even here. I wanted to offer reassurance, to tell him that time and distance would fade the psychological impact of our experience. But the traditional stories Patricia had shared suggested that some encounters leave permanent marks, that certain individuals become subjects of ongoing study by forces beyond human understanding. David, I said carefully, if you continue to have unusual experiences, visions, dreams, anything that doesn't feel normal, you need to tell your parents. Get help from people who understand trauma and psychology. He nodded, but his eyes held a resignation that was heartbreaking in someone so young. I'll try. But I don't think normal doctors will understand this kind of problem. As David's family drove away, Kyle and I stood on the dock watching the last traces of our expedition disappear into the distance. The lake stretched endlessly before us, dotted with thousands of islands that had hosted countless camping groups over the decades. How many other locations held secrets similar to Little Trisket? How many other entities were conducting their own quiet studies of human behavior? Are we going to report this officially? Kyle asked. File some kind of incident report with Parks Canada? I considered the question carefully. The evidence we'd gathered, the photographs, the traditional stories, the pattern of similar experiences dating back decades, painted a compelling picture of something genuinely anomalous occurring on Little Trisket Island. But institutional bureaucracies weren't designed to handle reports of supernatural activity, no matter how well documented. I think we report what we can verify, I said finally. Equipment failure resulting in dangerous camping conditions. Psychological stress affecting the group. Recommend that future expeditions be briefed on local folklore and traditional safety concerns. It wasn't the full truth, but it was as much truth as the system could handle. That evening, as Kyle and I prepared to leave base camp ourselves, Patricia pulled me aside for a final conversation. Her expression was troubled, and I could see that our experience had affected her deeply as well. I've been managing wilderness expeditions for 20 years, she said quietly. I've dealt with bear encounters, severe weather, medical emergencies, equipment failures, everything you can imagine. But I've never had a group return with a story like yours. She paused, looking out over the lake toward the distant horizon where Little Trisket Island lay hidden among thousands of others. I'm going to recommend that we suspend camping permits for Little Trisket Island pending a safety review. I can't prove that something supernatural is happening there, but I can document a pattern of psychological distress among camping groups that represents a liability concern. It was a small victory, but an important one. Future groups would be spared the experience that had traumatized our 7 teenagers and forever changed my understanding of what was possible in the wilderness. As I drove away from base camp that evening, my truck loaded with gear and memories I would spend years trying to process, I found myself thinking about David's final question. Was it over? Had our encounter with the collector of Little Trisket Island ended with our escape? Or had we become permanent subjects of study for something that existed outside the normal boundaries of human experience? The answer would come in the months and years that followed, as each member of our group struggled to reintegrate into normal life while carrying the weight of knowledge that most people would never believe. Some would recover fully, relegating our experience to the category of shared delusion or wilderness stress. Others would find their worldview permanently altered, their understanding of reality expanded to include possibilities they'd never imagined. And David, our most sensitive member, would continue to report visions and dreams that suggested his connection to the collector remained active long after our physical departure from Little Trisket Island. His parents would seek help from psychologists and psychiatrists, but the professionals would struggle to treat a condition that existed outside their frame of reference. Years later, when I encountered other guides with their own stories of unexplained wilderness encounters, I would understand that our experience on Little Trisket Island was part of a much larger pattern. The wilderness holds secrets that human civilization has largely forgotten, entities and phenomena that exist at the margins of our understanding. But that August in 2019, driving away from Lake of the Woods with the weight of impossible knowledge heavy on my shoulders, I could only hope that distance and time would provide protection for the 7 young people who had trusted me to keep them safe in the wilderness. I had failed in that trust, not through any lack of preparation or judgment, but because some dangers can't be anticipated or avoided. They can only be survived, and their effects can only be endured. The collector of Little Trisket Island had added our stories to its vast archive of human experience, and somewhere in the depths of that remote forest, our personal artifacts would join the thousands of others taken from curious humans who had wandered too close to places where different worlds touch. That knowledge would haunt my dreams for years to come, but it would also serve as a reminder of how much mystery still exists in our mapped and measured world. Some boundaries should not be crossed, some places should not be explored, and some watchers are better left undisturbed in their ancient vigils. The story of our encounter would spread through the close-knit community of wilderness guides, passed along in hushed conversations around evening fires, and added to the growing collection of unexplained experiences that marked the edges of human understanding. Future expeditions would benefit from our hard-won knowledge, warned away from Little Triscuit Island by guides who understood that some campsites came with prices too high to pay. But the collector would remain, patient and eternal, waiting for the next group of curious humans to ignore the warnings and pitch their tents in its domain. The cycle would continue, as it had for decades before our arrival, as it would for decades after our departure. Some hungers can never be satisfied, some studies can never be completed, and some watchers will never tire of observing the endless variety of human experience. The wilderness keeps its secrets, but sometimes those secrets keep us as well. My name is Alaric Hart, and this happened to me in 2003, a year I'll never forget. I lived in a small town called Harney, Oregon. Nothing much ever happened there. I worked as a mechanic, fixing up old cars and bikes, a trade I picked up from my dad. He always said, "Son, if you can fix an engine, you can fix anything." My life was pretty routine, and I liked it that way. The night everything changed started like any other Friday. I was heading home from my buddy Joel's place around midnight after a few beers and our weekly card game. Joel had been on a winning streak for 3 weeks running, and I'd lost $40 I couldn't really afford to lose. The streets were empty. Harney always rolled up the sidewalks after 10, and a light fog had settled in, giving the streetlights a sickly yellow halo. I was driving down Oak Ridge Street when I first saw them. 2 kids, couldn't have been more than 12 or 13, standing unnaturally still beneath the streetlight at the corner of Maple. Something about the way they stood, rigid, unmoving, made the hair on my neck rise. Kids out at midnight in Harney wasn't just unusual, it was unheard of. I slowed my truck to a crawl, the engine's rumble unnaturally loud in the silence. Rolling down my window, I called out, "Hey, you guys okay? It's pretty late to be out." They didn't respond, didn't even look up, just kept staring at the ground as if studying something fascinating in the concrete. The fog swirled around their ankles, and I noticed they were both wearing what looked like outdated clothes, not vintage or trendy, but genuinely old-fashioned, like something from the 1950s. "Do you need a ride somewhere? Where are your parents?" I tried again, louder this time. The silence stretched uncomfortably. I was about to drive on when the taller one slowly raised his head. I'll never forget that moment as long as I live. His eyes were completely black, not dark brown, not the dilated pupils of someone on drugs, but solid, glossy black like polished obsidian. No whites, no iris, just 2 bottomless pits staring directly into mine. My blood turned to ice water. The beer buzz evaporated instantly, replaced by a primal fear I hadn't felt since I was a child afraid of the dark. I fumbled with the window control, jamming my finger on the button as the glass slid up. The boy's mouth opened slightly, and though I couldn't hear him through the window, I could read his lips clearly. "Let us in." I floored the accelerator. My tires squealed against the wet pavement as I sped away, my heart hammering against my ribs. In my rearview mirror, both children had turned to watch me leave, their faces expressionless, those terrible black eyes reflecting the taillights of my truck. When I got home, I double-checked every lock and drew all the curtains. I told myself I'd had too much to drink, that the fog and the late hour had played tricks on my eyes. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, under the reassuring light of day, I called Joel. His laughter crackled through the phone when I described the encounter. "Alaric, you probably just need to lay off the booze," he joked. "Or maybe it was those goth kids from the high school." They're always wearing weird contacts and stuff. I laughed along, desperate to believe his explanation, but I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, or the bone-deep certainty that whatever I'd seen, they weren't just kids in costume. That night, I struggled to fall asleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that boy's face, those black pools where eyes should be. The wind picked up around 2 a.m., branches scratching against my bedroom window like skeletal fingers. Then, just as I was finally drifting off, I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock on my front door. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. I sat bolt upright, heart racing. No one in Harney visited at this hour. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept beside my bed and crept down the hallway, avoiding the creaky floorboard near the bathroom. At the door, I pressed my eye to the peephole, holding my breath. Nothing but darkness. The porch light I always left on had gone out. 3 more knocks, louder this time, making me jump back from the door. "Who's there?" I called, trying to make my voice sound deep, threatening. No answer, just the wind and the distant hoot of an owl. I stood there, gripping the bat until my hands ached, listening. After what felt like hours, I heard soft footsteps retreating, followed by the quiet murmur of voices, children's voices, whispering words I couldn't make out. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next few days at the auto shop were hell. I kept dozing off mid-task, once nearly dropping an engine block on my foot. My boss, Hank, threatened to send me home if I couldn't get my shit together. I didn't tell him why I wasn't sleeping. Who would believe me? Joel stopped by during my lunch break on Wednesday, concern etched on his usually carefree face. "Man, you look like crap. What's going on?" I hesitated before telling him about the knocking, the voices. He frowned, the jovial dismissal from our phone call notably absent. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" "Dead serious," I said, my voice dropping. "They've come back every night since, always around 3 in the morning, always the same pattern of knocks." Joel scratched his stubbled chin. "You call the cops?" I had, the second night. Deputy Mercer had come out, walked around the property with his flashlight, found nothing, no footprints in the soft earth of my garden, no signs anyone had been there. He'd given me that look, the one that said he thought I was either drunk or crazy. That night, the knocking came again, more insistent. Bang, bang, bang. No pretense of politeness now. I lay rigid in bed, every muscle tense, listening as the knocking moved from the front door to each window, methodically working around the house. At the bedroom window, it stopped. Through a gap in the curtains, I could make out a small, pale face peering in. Though I couldn't see the eyes clearly, I knew what they looked like. "Please," a girl's voice called, sweet and plaintive. "We're lost. We need to use your phone. Won't you let us in?" I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my ears until morning. The following evening, as I was changing the oil in Mrs. Abernathy's ancient Buick, a blood-curdling scream cut through the quiet. I rushed outside to see Martha Thompson, a retired schoolteacher who lived 3 doors down from me, running barefoot down the middle of Main Street, her gray hair flying wild behind her. "Mrs. Thompson!" I shouted, jogging to intercept her. "What's wrong?" She collided with me, clutching my oil-stained coveralls with surprising strength for a woman in her 70s. Her eyes were wide with panic, her breath coming in short gasps. "The children," she wheezed. "The children with black eyes. They were at my door, smiling, asking to come in." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "Did you let them in?" I asked, gripping her shoulders. "No." She shook her head violently. "No. Something felt wrong." When I said no, their smiles disappeared. They just stared at me, saying they needed to come in, that it was important. When I closed the door, they started pounding on it so hard I thought it would break. I ran out the back. By then, a small crowd had gathered. Hank brought Mrs. Thompson a chair and a glass of water, Someone called Sheriff Holloway, who arrived minutes later, his cruiser's lights flashing importantly. He took Mrs. Thompson's statement with poorly disguised skepticism. "Kids pulling pranks, Martha," he said, patting her hand condescendingly. "Halloween's coming up. They're probably just getting an early start." But it wasn't just Mrs. Thompson or me anymore. By week's end, reports were coming in from all over Harney, the Millers on Pine Street, Old Man Jenkins at the edge of town, the pastor's wife, all describing the same thing. Children with solid black eyes appearing at night, asking to be let in, their politeness giving way to anger and threats when refused. On Saturday, Joel called me just after sunset, his voice trembling. "Alaric, you need to come over. Now." I broke every speed limit getting to his place on the other side of town. Joel met me at the door, a shotgun cradled in his arms, his face ashen. "I saw them," he said hoarsely as I stepped inside. "They were here, asking to come in. Said their parents were in an accident and they needed to call for help." He ran a shaky hand through his hair. "Their eyes, Alaric, black as tar, just like you said." "What did you do?" "Told them to get lost. Closed the door." But they didn't leave for hours. Just stood there staring at the house. I could feel them watching me through the walls. That night we gathered at Joel's place. Me, Joel, Mrs. Thompson, Pastor Wilkins, and a few others who'd had encounters. The mood was tense, frightened. None of us could make sense of what was happening. "It's the devil's work," Pastor Wilkins insisted, clutching his Bible so tightly his knuckles whitened. "Demons taking the form of children to tempt us into letting down our guard." "Or it could be some kind of mass hysteria," suggested Frank Larson, the high school science teacher. "Shared delusion triggered by suggestion." Mrs. Thompson snorted. "I know what I saw, Frank. Those weren't hallucinations pounding on my door." We formed a plan that night, a neighborhood watch of sorts. We'd take shifts, patrolling the streets, keeping an eye out. No one should be alone after dark, and most importantly, no one, under any circumstances, should let the children in. None of us could have predicted how quickly things would escalate from there. Our makeshift patrol started the next evening. We split into pairs, armed with flashlights, cell phones, and in some cases, like Joel and me, more lethal protection. Joel had his shotgun. I carried my father's old .38 revolver, a weight I never thought I'd find comforting. The first few nights were quiet, eerily so. The usual night sounds of Harney, distant dogs barking, the occasional passing car, seemed muffled, as if the town itself were holding its breath. The children were nowhere to be seen. "Maybe they've moved on," Joel suggested on the fourth night as we walked the perimeter of Lancaster Park. "Found easier targets somewhere else." I wanted to believe him, but something told me this wasn't over. That same night, Sheriff Holloway finally agreed to take our concerns seriously enough to assign Deputy Mercer to night patrols. Not that it would make much difference. Mercer was pushing 60 and had a habit of dozing off in his cruiser. My turn to watch came on a Wednesday. The temperature had dropped sharply, and my breath fogged in front of me as I sat on my porch, the revolver a cold weight in my lap. Midnight came and went. Nothing moved on my street except shadows cast by clouds drifting across the moon. At 12:47, I remember checking my watch. I saw them. 2 children standing under the same streetlight where I'd first spotted them, staring directly at my house. The taller boy and a girl, both deathly pale in the artificial light. Even from that distance, I could feel the weight of their gaze. Heart hammering, I stood up and raised my gun. "Get out of here!" I shouted, my voice shattering the silence. They didn't move. Didn't even blink. Just stared. Fear turned to anger in my gut. I fired a warning shot into the air, the report echoing down the empty street. The children didn't flinch, didn't cover their ears or show any reaction at all. "I mean it. Get out," I yelled, my finger trembling on the trigger. Slowly, in perfect unison, they turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows between houses. I remained on the porch until dawn, jumping at every creak and rustle, half convinced they were circling back, The next day, bleary-eyed and exhausted, I met with the others at Pastor Wilkins's church. We shared our experiences from the night watches, each story more unsettling than the last. Frank Larson reported seeing a group of 5 black-eyed children standing in a circle in his backyard, holding hands and chanting something in a language he couldn't identify. Mrs. Thompson had found small handprints on her windows, on the 2nd floor. "We need to research this," Joel said, pacing the length of the church basement. "Figure out what these things are, what they want." We spent hours online that day, using the ancient computer in the church office. Most of what we found were creepypastas and urban legends, stories of black-eyed children appearing across the country, always at night, always asking to be let in. Some theories claimed they were aliens, others demons or ghosts, but no one seemed to know what happened if you actually let them inside. That night was Joel's turn to keep watch. I tried to sleep, but anxiety kept me tossing and turning. At 2:17 a.m., my phone rang, jolting me fully awake. "They're here, Alaric." Joel's voice was strained, barely above a whisper. "They're trying to get in. There's more of them now, at least 6. They're at all the doors, all the windows." "I'm coming over," I said, already pulling on my jeans. "Don't let them in, whatever they say." "I won't, but hurry, man. They keep saying they—" The line went dead. I called back. No answer. I tried again as I raced to my truck, straight to voicemail. I made the 15-minute drive to Joel's house in 7 minutes, running 2 stop signs and nearly hitting a deer that bounded across the road. When I pulled into his driveway, everything looked normal, lights on inside, Joel's Chevy parked where it always was. But his front door stood wide open, spilling light onto the porch. "Joel?" I called, approaching cautiously, gun drawn. No response. The house was empty. No signs of a struggle, no blood, nothing broken or disturbed. Joel's shotgun lay on the coffee table, unfired. His phone was on the kitchen counter beside a half-empty beer. The doors and windows were all unlocked, but there was no sign of forced entry. Joel had simply vanished. I called Sheriff Holloway, who organized a search party by dawn. We combed the woods behind Joel's property, checked abandoned buildings, questioned neighbors. Nothing. Not a single trace of Joel Williams. 3 days into the search, Mrs. Thompson called me, her voice pitched higher than usual with excitement or fear. "Alaric, you need to come over. I found something." I drove over immediately. She met me at the door, looking over my shoulder nervously before ushering me inside. "It was in my mailbox this morning," she said, handing me a folded piece of paper. No stamp, no envelope. I unfolded it, instantly recognizing Joel's messy handwriting. "They're not kids. Don't let them in. They'll take you too. Look for the house on Willow Creek Road. Find the door." The note sent a chill through me. Willow Creek Road lay on the outskirts of town, a winding stretch with only a handful of properties, most abandoned decades ago when the lumber mill closed. "We need to show this to the sheriff," I said. Mrs. Thompson shook her head firmly. "He'll just say Joel ran off, that he's playing some kind of prank. He doesn't believe any of this." She was right. Holloway had already floated the theory that Joel had skipped town to avoid gambling debts, a ridiculous notion to anyone who knew him. "Then we'll go ourselves," I decided. Tonight. We assembled our group quickly, myself, Mrs. Thompson, Pastor Wilkins, Frank Larson, and 2 others who'd had encounters with the children. We met at dusk behind Harney's only gas station, a collection of flashlights, weapons, and nervous determination. "We should split up to cover more ground," Frank suggested. "There are 5 properties on Willow Creek Road." Pastor Wilkins shook his head vehemently. "No, we stay together. That's how they got Joel. He was alone." No one argued with that logic. Willow Creek Road was a neglected stretch of cracked asphalt and encroaching wilderness about 3 miles outside town. As we drove in a 2-car convoy, the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky a dark, bruised purple. The first 4 properties yielded nothing unusual. A boarded-up ranch house, an old trailer home with a collapsed roof, a burned-out shell of a farmhouse, and a small cottage that showed signs of recent habitation by squatters or teenagers looking for a party spot. The fifth house stood at the very end of the road, partially hidden by overgrown trees. It was a Victorian-style structure, once grand but now decrepit, its paint peeling like diseased skin, windows boarded with weathered plywood. A rusted gate hung from a single hinge at the entrance to the property. We parked our cars on the road and approached on foot, flashlight beams bobbing in the gathering darkness. The silence was oppressive. No crickets chirping, no night birds calling, just the crunch of our footsteps on the gravel driveway. "I don't like this," Mrs. Thompson whispered, clutching her crucifix pendant. "This place feels wrong." She wasn't just being superstitious. There was something off about the air around the house. Heavier somehow, as if the property existed in its own pocket of atmosphere. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the mild evening. The front door was secured with a padlock that looked relatively new compared to the rest of the house. Frank produced a pair of bolt cutters from his backpack. "Always come prepared," he said with a grim smile, snapping through the lock with a metallic crunch that seemed unnaturally loud. The door swung open with a long, pained creak. Stale, musty air wafted out, carrying the sense of mold, dust, and something else. Something vaguely chemical, like formaldehyde. We stepped inside, flashlights revealing a front hall with peeling wallpaper and a grand staircase covered in debris. The house had clearly been abandoned for decades, yet oddly, there were no signs of the usual squatters, vandals, or animals that typically take over vacant buildings. No graffiti, no beer cans, no bird nests or rodent droppings. Just dust and decay and that strange, unsettling stillness. "We should check the basement first," I suggested, remembering Joel's note. "Find the door." Old houses like this usually have cellar access from outside, but there might be an interior entrance too. We moved cautiously through the ground floor, checking each room. The furniture was largely gone, but here and there stood artifacts of previous inhabitants. A broken rocking chair, a cracked mirror, a child's doll with one eye missing. In what must have been the kitchen, Pastor Wilkins discovered a door that led to the basement. It wasn't locked, but the hinges protested loudly as we pulled it open, revealing a set of steep wooden stairs descending into darkness. Frank went first, his powerful flashlight cutting through the gloom. I followed close behind, my gun ready, every nerve on high alert. The stairs groaned dangerously beneath our weight. The basement was a large open space with a dirt floor and stone foundation walls. Old tools hung from hooks, and decaying cardboard boxes were stacked in corners. But what immediately caught our attention was the fresh disturbance in the center of the room. The dirt had been recently moved, creating a cleared circle about 8 feet in diameter. In the center of this circle was a wooden door laid flat on the ground, with a large iron ring for a handle. "A trap door," Mrs. Thompson breathed. We gathered around it, our flashlights illuminating the weathered wood. There were symbols carved into the door's surface, not the pentagram or occult symbols I half expected, but strange angular marks that reminded me of ancient runes. "We should leave," Pastor Wilkins said suddenly, his voice tight with fear. "Get the sheriff. Come back in daylight." Part of me agreed wholeheartedly with this sensible suggestion, but a stronger part knew that Joel might be down there, that waiting could cost him his life, if he was still alive at all. "I'm going in," I said, gripping the iron ring. "The rest of you can wait here if you want." No one moved to leave as I heaved the door open, revealing a black void beneath and the top of a ladder leading down. A cold draft rushed up from the opening, carrying that same chemical smell, stronger now, mixed with something earthy and organic. One by one, we descended the ladder, finding ourselves in a narrow tunnel that looked unnervingly like a mine shaft, supported by wooden beams and lit at intervals by bare bulbs hanging from a wire that ran along the ceiling. "This wasn't built by kids," Frank muttered, examining the construction. "This is professional work, old but solid." The tunnel stretched ahead, gently sloping downward. We followed it in tense silence, our footsteps and breathing unnaturally loud in the confined space. After about 200 yards, the tunnel widened into a larger chamber. What we saw there would haunt my nightmares for years to come. The chamber was roughly circular, about 30 feet in diameter, its walls and ceiling carved from the bedrock. Torches and iron brackets provided flickering illumination, casting long shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. The air was thick with the chemical smell I'd noticed before, which I now recognized as some kind of incense or preservative. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark. Around it, a circle had been drawn in what looked horribly like dried blood. Candles in black holders marked the cardinal points of the circle. But it was what surrounded the altar that turned my blood to ice. Children, at least a dozen of them, stood motionless around the perimeter of the room. They were unnaturally still, their pale faces expressionless, all with those same terrible black eyes. Among them, I spotted the two I'd first seen under the streetlight. They didn't acknowledge our presence, didn't turn or speak. They simply stared at the altar as if waiting for something. "Dear God," Pastor Wilkins whispered, clutching his Bible to his chest. Frank aimed his flashlight at the far wall, revealing shelves carved into the rock. They held dozens of glass jars containing cloudy liquid and what looked like preserved organs. Beside them stood a bookshelf with ancient leather-bound volumes. Mrs. Thompson grabbed my arm suddenly, her nails digging into my skin. "Look," she hissed, pointing to a dark recess. My flashlight beam found what she'd seen. A man slumped against the wall, his head lolling forward. Joel. I started toward him, but Frank held me back. "Wait," he warned. "Something's not right." As if on cue, all the children turned their heads in perfect unison to stare at us. The silence in the chamber became suffocating. Then the tallest boy spoke, his voice incongruously normal for such an abnormal creature. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. "This is not for you to see." "What have you done with Joel?" I demanded, aiming my gun at him, though I doubted it would have any effect. The boy smiled, a terrible sight with those black eyes. "He let us in. Not through his door, through his mind. He was curious. He wanted to know what we were." The smile widened. "Now he knows." Joel stirred then, raising his head slowly. My flashlight illuminated his face, and a cry of horror escaped my throat. His eyes, Joel's kind, laughing eyes, were gone, replaced by the same glossy blackness as the children's. "Run," Joel said, his voice a hollow echo of itself. "Run, Alaric. They're coming through." "Through what?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Through us," the boy answered. "We are the doors, the vessels, prepared for them." The children began to chant, a low rhythmic sound in a language I'd never heard, with syllables that seemed to hurt my ears. The candles flared higher, and the ground beneath our feet trembled. "We need to go," Frank urged, tugging my arm. "Now!" The chanting grew louder. The children's bodies began to twitch and contort in ways that defied human anatomy. Joel rose to his feet, moving with jerky, puppet-like motions. "They've been preparing for decades," he said in that strange, hollow voice. "Finding children, changing them, opening the way." The chamber shook more violently. Dust and small rocks showered down from the ceiling. One of the torches fell from its bracket, igniting a puddle of oil on the floor. The flames spread quickly, catching on ancient, dry wood. "The tunnel's collapsing!" Pastor Wilkins shouted above the noise. "We have to get out!" I made one last desperate attempt to reach Joel, but Frank and Mrs. Thompson dragged me back. "He's gone, Alaric," Frank said grimly. "There's nothing we can do for him now." We fled, stumbling back up the tunnel as the earthquake intensified. Behind us, the children's chanting never faltered, even as the chamber began to collapse. The tunnel groaned ominously, support beams cracking. We reached the ladder just as the ceiling started to give way. One by one, we scrambled up, Frank bringing up the rear. He had just cleared the opening when the tunnel collapsed completely, a thunderous roar followed by billowing dust. We slammed the trapdoor shut and fled the house, not stopping until we reached our cars. As we drove away, I looked back to see flames engulfing the old Victorian, black smoke billowing into the night sky. Sheriff Holloway arrived with the fire department, but by then, the house was a raging inferno. We told him everything, about Joel, the children, the tunnel, the chamber. He didn't believe us, of course. Thought we'd gotten lost in the woods, found an old moonshiner's still, and panicked. The fire was blamed on our carelessness with flashlights and matches. The official report listed Joel as a missing person. The remains of the house were bulldozed and the property fenced off. Most people in Harney forgot about the incident within a few months. But we knew. We knew what we'd seen. The black-eyed children disappeared from Harney after that night. No more knocking on doors, no more sightings under streetlights. Life gradually returned to normal as it could be with the memories we carried. I stayed in town for another year, but the nightmares never stopped. I'd wake up gasping, convinced I could hear children whispering outside my window. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of black eyes in crowds or reflections. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I sold my house, quit my job, and moved 3 states away. It's been over 20 years now. I've built a new life, found some measure of peace. But I still check the locks twice before bed. I still avoid being out after dark. And whenever I hear a knock at the door, my heart stops for just a moment. Because deep down, I know they're still out there. The black-eyed children, waiting, watching, looking for doors to open, not just in houses but in minds, in souls. And sometimes, on the darkest nights, I think of Joel. I wonder if he's still down there, trapped in the collapse, or if he's walking among us, those terrible black eyes hidden behind sunglasses, looking for others to invite in. I wonder if someday they'll find me again, and I wonder what I'll do when they knock. I grew up in Burlington, Vermont, in a house my parents purchased in 1996 when I was 6 years old. The property sat on the edge of town, where suburban lawns gave way to dense forest. My parents chose the location specifically for the expansive backyard, nearly 3/4 of an acre of mature maple and birch trees, with a small stream meandering along the rear boundary. The previous owners had constructed a treehouse between 2 towering maples near the back fence. When we moved in, the structure was weathered and unsafe, but my father saw potential. He spent the entire first summer rebuilding it from the ground up, reinforcing the platform, installing proper walls, and adding a sturdy shingled roof. The finished product stood 15 feet above the ground, accessed by a wooden ladder he'd bolted securely to the larger maple. From the treehouse windows, really just square openings cut into the plywood walls, you could survey the entire backyard, the babbling creek, and the vast wilderness preserve that stretched for miles beyond our property line. The isolation was both thrilling and unnerving for a child. Our nearest neighbor lived a 1/4 mile away, and on quiet evenings, the only sounds were wind through branches and water flowing over stones. By age 8, I practically lived in that treehouse during summer months. My mother would pack me sandwiches and juice boxes, and I'd spend entire days up there reading comic books, building with Legos, or simply watching the wildlife that frequented our yard. Deer would emerge from the forest to drink from the stream. Raccoons would waddle through in the early evening. Once, I spotted a black bear lumber past, though when I told my parents, they suggested it might have been a large dog. The treehouse became my sanctuary, my private kingdom above the world. Looking back now, I realize how vulnerable I was up there. A small child, alone and elevated, visible to anyone who might be watching from the woods. But at 8 years old, I felt invincible in my wooden fortress, completely unaware that something in those dark trees was beginning to take notice of my daily routines. The summer I turned 10 in 1999, my best friend was a boy named Connor Mitchell. He lived on the other side of our neighborhood and had been dealing with his parents' increasingly bitter divorce. His mother worked double shifts at the hospital, and his father had moved to an apartment across town, so Connor spent most days at our house. My parents welcomed him warmly, understanding that he needed stability during such a chaotic time in his young life. Connor and I were inseparable that summer. We'd established elaborate games and rituals in the treehouse. Sometimes we were Arctic explorers trapped in an ice station. Other times we were submarine commanders in the depths of the ocean. We'd haul up supplies for entire days, comic books, Connor's portable radio, bags of chips, and thermoses of lemonade. My mother would call us down for meals, but otherwise we were left to our own devices. The first sign that something was wrong came during the third week of July. Connor and I were in the treehouse around 6 in the evening, engaged in a heated debate about which X-Men character was the strongest, when we heard something large moving through the underbrush near the stream. At first, we assumed it was another deer. They were common in the area and often came to drink in the early evening. But this sounded different. Instead of the light, careful steps of a deer, we heard heavy, deliberate movement. Branches were being pushed aside rather than carefully navigated around. The sound was methodical, purposeful, as if whatever was moving was searching for something specific. Connor and I pressed our faces to the window, trying to get a glimpse of what was making the noise. The setting sun created long shadows across the yard, making it difficult to distinguish shapes. We could see the tops of bushes swaying near the creek, but the source of the movement remained hidden. Then, abruptly, the sound stopped. The forest became unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects. Even the creek seemed to flow more quietly. Connor whispered that maybe we should go inside, but something kept us frozen at the window. After several minutes of silence, we heard something that made both of us step back from the window. It was a sound I'd never heard before and couldn't easily describe. A rhythmic clicking, like someone rapidly tapping two stones together, but with an organic quality that suggested it wasn't being made by an animal or human. The clicking continued for perhaps 30 seconds, then stopped as suddenly as it had begun. We waited another hour in the treehouse, speaking in whispers, before finally climbing down and running to the house. That night, I lay in bed replaying the sounds in my mind, trying to convince myself it had been a woodpecker or some other common bird. But deep down, I knew I'd never heard any bird make those clicking sounds. 2 weeks later, Connor and I finally convinced my parents to let us sleep overnight in the treehouse. We'd been begging all summer, and they relented on the condition that we'd come inside if we got scared, or if weather threatened. My father strung up a battery-powered lantern and made us promise to check in every hour until bedtime. We prepared for the adventure like we were embarking on a polar expedition. We hauled up sleeping bags, pillows, a cooler full of sodas and snacks, and a bag of books and games. As darkness fell, we settled into our sleeping bags and began telling ghost stories, the lantern casting dancing shadows on the plywood walls. Around 10:30, we heard our neighbor's dog, Rusty, an aging golden retriever who lived in the house closest to ours, begin barking frantically. Rusty was typically a quiet dog, content to sleep on his owner's porch, so his aggressive barking immediately caught our attention. Connor and I paused our storytelling to listen. The barking continued for several minutes, growing more desperate and fearful. Then, without warning, it stopped mid-bark, as if Rusty had been suddenly silenced. Connor and I looked at each other in the lantern light, both thinking the same terrible thought. What could make a dog stop barking so abruptly? We turned off the lantern and peered out the window toward Rusty's house. Their motion-activated security light was flickering on and off repeatedly, creating a strobing effect across their backyard. In the intermittent illumination, we could see Rusty's doghouse, but no sign of the animal himself. Then we heard footsteps in our own yard. Not the soft padding of an animal, but the deliberate placement of feet moving through grass. The steps were accompanied by that same clicking sound we'd heard weeks earlier. But closer now, much closer. The footsteps seemed to circle the base of our tree, sometimes stopping directly below us. Connor grabbed my arm so tightly it hurt, but I didn't pull away. We sat motionless, afraid that any sound might draw attention to our hiding spot. Through the floorboards, we could hear someone, or something, moving around the base of the tree. The footsteps were too heavy to be made by any local wildlife, too deliberate to be random. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, the sounds faded toward the creek. We waited another hour before Connor whispered that we should make a run for the house. I told him we should wait until dawn. Whatever was out there might still be nearby. He didn't argue. We spent the rest of the night taking turns keeping watch, listening for any sound that might indicate the return of our uninvited visitor. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made us jump. When morning finally arrived, we packed up quickly and climbed down, both of us eager to reach the safety of the house. The next day, while Connor was visiting his father, I gathered enough courage to investigate the area around the treehouse. In the soft earth near the stream, I found footprints that made my stomach turn. They were human in shape, but wrong in proportion. Too long, too narrow, with what appeared to be unusually long toes. The prints were deep, suggesting someone much heavier than a child, and they formed a clear path from the forest to our treehouse and back. I wanted to show the prints to my parents, but I knew they'd ask questions I couldn't answer. How could I explain that Connor and I had been too terrified to come down from the treehouse? How could I describe the clicking sounds and the circling footsteps without sounding like I was making up stories? Instead, I tried to fill in the prints with my shoe, but they were too large and too deep. The disturbed earth remained visible, a reminder that something had been in our yard, something that walked upright but wasn't quite human in its proportions. Over the following weeks, strange incidents multiplied. Our garbage cans were repeatedly overturned, but unlike typical animal intrusions, the contents weren't scattered randomly. Instead, items were arranged in neat piles, as if someone had been methodically searching through them. Food items were left untouched, while papers and other materials were sorted into organized stacks. My mother's garden decorations began disappearing and reappearing in different locations. A ceramic owl that usually sat on our porch railing was found placed carefully on a fence post near the woods. A decorative wind chime was moved from the front yard to a tree branch near the creek. When my mother asked if I'd been rearranging things, I denied it, but I could see she was puzzled by the systematic nature of the relocations. Most disturbing was the smell that began appearing in our yard during evening hours. It was a thick, musky odor unlike anything I'd encountered. Not quite animal, not quite human, but organic and wrong. The smell would hang in the air for 10 or 15 minutes, then dissipate completely, leaving no trace. My parents occasionally noticed it, but attributed it to a passing skunk or some other wildlife. Connor and I avoided the treehouse for several days, but eventually returned during bright daylight hours. We'd convinced ourselves that we'd been overreacting, that the mysterious visitor had been nothing more than a vagrant passing through the area. But we made sure to leave well before sunset, and we never spent another night up there. 3 weeks after our frightening sleepover, Connor was staying at my house again. We'd spent the evening playing video games in my room, which faced the backyard, and offered a clear view of the treehouse and forest beyond. It was past midnight when something struck my bedroom window. Not hard, just a light tapping sound like small pebbles being thrown against the glass. We paused our game and listened. Another tap, then another, with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. My bedroom was on the second floor, making it impossible for someone to reach the window without a ladder, or by climbing the large oak tree that grew near the house. Connor suggested it might be moths attracted to the light from my room, but the tapping was too purposeful, too controlled. We crept to the window and peered out carefully, staying low to avoid being seen. The moon was nearly full, casting pale light across the backyard and making the treehouse visible as a dark silhouette against the trees. At first, everything appeared normal, but then Connor gripped my shoulder and pointed toward the forest edge. Something was moving between the trees, a tall, thin figure that seemed to flow rather than walk. It was difficult to make out details in the moonlight, but its proportions were disturbing. The torso was too long, the arms too lengthy, and it moved with an unnatural fluidity that suggested joints that bent in ways human joints shouldn't. As we watched in horror, the figure approached the oak tree that supported our treehouse. Instead of using the ladder, it began climbing the trunk itself, moving with spider-like agility. Its elongated arms reached impossibly far, pulling its body upward in quick, jerky movements. Within seconds, it had disappeared into the treehouse structure. Connor and I backed away from the window, our hearts hammering. Connor whispered frantically, asking what we should do, whether we should wake my parents. But I knew that adults would demand explanations we couldn't provide. We were 10-year-old boys claiming to see something that defied logical explanation. We'd be told we were having nightmares or letting our imaginations run wild. So we huddled on my bed, staring out the window, waiting for whatever was in the treehouse to show itself again. The wait was agonizing. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound seemed magnified. After what felt like hours, we saw the figure emerge from the treehouse, but this time it climbed down the far side of the tree, keeping the trunk between itself and our house. It moved across the yard with that same fluid, unnatural gait, stopping once to look directly up at my bedroom window. In the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of its face, or what should have been a face. The features were wrong, stretched and distorted, with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. Then it turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Connor and me shaking with terror. We didn't sleep that night. We took turns watching the window, but the figure didn't return. In the morning, we tried to convince ourselves it had been a dream, a shared hallucination brought on by too much junk food and late-night video games. But when we finally worked up the courage to check the treehouse later that day, we found evidence that our visitor had been real. The treehouse had been altered. Our belongings, which we'd left scattered around the small space, had been arranged in precise patterns. Comic books were stacked in a perfect pyramid in the center of the floor. Action figures were lined up in military formation along one wall. Most unsettling, the battery-powered lantern we'd left hanging from a hook was now sitting outside the treehouse, placed carefully at the base of the tree. Connor and I climbed up to investigate, but the wrongness of the scene was overwhelming. Everything had been touched, moved, arranged by hands that weren't ours. The space felt violated, contaminated by an alien presence. We grabbed our most valuable possessions and fled, never to return to our former sanctuary. That was the last time Connor and I spent time together in the treehouse. His parents' divorce was finalized that August, and he moved away with his mother to live with relatives in another state. Before he left, we made a pact never to tell anyone about what we'd seen, but we also never talked about it between ourselves. Some experiences are too frightening to put into words, even with your closest friend. The strange incidents continued throughout the fall, even after Connor was gone. Our outdoor furniture would be rearranged overnight, lawn chairs moved into perfect circles, the picnic table relocated to different spots around the yard. My mother began keeping a log of the incidents, convinced that someone was playing elaborate pranks on our family. The clicking sounds became a regular part of evening background noise, though I seemed to be the only family member who noticed them. They would start around sunset and continue intermittently until well after midnight. Sometimes they came from the forest, sometimes from our own yard, and occasionally from disturbingly close to the house. I began sleeping with my bedroom curtains drawn tight, afraid to look out at night. But even with the windows covered, I could sense when the figure was in our yard. The air would feel different, thicker, more oppressive. The normal sounds of night would fade, replaced by an unnatural silence that made my skin crawl. My academic performance suffered that fall. I had trouble concentrating in school, and my teachers noticed that I seemed tired and distracted. At home, I jumped at unexpected sounds and refused to go outside after dark. My parents attributed my behavior to Connor's departure and the stress of starting a new school year, but I knew the real cause of my anxiety. The thing in the woods was still watching, still visiting our property, still rearranging our belongings according to some incomprehensible logic. And with each passing week, its presence felt more intrusive, more threatening. In December, a severe ice storm struck our area, coating everything in a thick layer of frozen precipitation. The weight of the ice brought down power lines and tree branches throughout the region. In our backyard, one of the massive maples that supported the treehouse split down the middle, taking half the structure with it when it fell. My father hired a crew to remove the fallen tree and the damaged treehouse remains. I was secretly relieved. With the structure gone, perhaps the nightly visitor would lose interest in our property. For several weeks, this seemed to be the case. The clicking sound stopped, the furniture rearranging ceased, and the oppressive feeling that had haunted our evenings began to fade. But in February, something happened that changed my understanding of what we'd been dealing with. I was walking home from school when I noticed police cars parked at the entrance to the forest preserve behind our house. Curious, I approached one of the officers and asked what was happening. He explained that they'd found evidence of someone living illegally in the woods, makeshift shelters, stolen property, and signs of long-term habitation. What made the discovery particularly disturbing was the nature of the camp. The person had been collecting items from surrounding neighborhoods and arranging them in bizarre patterns and structures. The officer described finding carefully constructed arrangements of lawn furniture, garden decorations, and children's toys, all laid out in complex geometric patterns among the trees. Photographs and personal items taken from houses had been organized into elaborate displays. Most unsettling were the detailed notes and sketches documenting the daily routines of local families. When they left for work, when children played outside, which houses had dogs. As the officer spoke, I realized with growing horror that our family had been among those being watched and documented. The person living in the woods had been studying us, learning our habits, and gradually working up the courage for more direct contact. The treehouse had been visible from deep in the forest, and my daily presence there had made me a primary target for observation. The authorities never found the person responsible for the camp. They suspected he'd fled the area when the treehouse came down, possibly interpreting its destruction as a sign that his presence had been discovered. But they did find evidence suggesting he'd been living in the woods for years, surviving by scavenging and stealing, and becoming increasingly obsessed with the families whose properties bordered the forest. Years later, when I was in high school, I researched the history of our area and discovered that the forest preserve had long been associated with stories of hermits and recluses who chose to live off the grid. Local newspapers from the 1980s contained several reports of wild men spotted in the woods, people who'd rejected society and survived by their wits in the wilderness. Some of these individuals had been harmless eccentrics, but others had become dangerous as their isolation and mental illness progressed. The clicking sounds Connor and I had heard were likely some form of self-soothing behavior or communication attempt by someone whose grip on reality had been severely compromised by years of solitude. Understanding the rational explanation for our experiences didn't diminish their impact on my life. I've never been comfortable in wooded areas since that summer, and I still sleep with curtains drawn tight. The knowledge that someone had been watching me, studying my routines, and gradually working up the courage to make contact remains one of the most violating experiences of my life. Connor and I reconnected briefly through social media in college, but we never discussed what happened during that summer in 1999. Some experiences are too personal, too frightening to revisit, even with the person who shared them. The fear we felt was real, even if we didn't understand its source at the time. My parents still live in the same house, though they've installed security lighting and cameras around the property. The forest preserve has been more heavily patrolled since the discovery of the illegal camp, but I still feel uneasy when I visit. Sometimes, walking across the backyard where the treehouse once stood, I catch myself listening for clicking sounds in the woods. The thing that disturbs me most is not knowing what might have happened if the treehouse hadn't come down that winter. The person in the woods had been growing bolder, more willing to approach the house, more comfortable with making his presence known. Where would that escalation have led? What did he want from us? I've learned to live with these questions, but I've never forgotten the lesson they taught me. The world contains people who exist outside the boundaries of normal society, individuals whose isolation and mental illness can make them unpredictable and dangerous. Sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones that are entirely human, driven by loneliness and madness to behaviors that defy understanding. God only knows what his ultimate intentions were, but I'm grateful I never had to find out. I remember settling into our little two-man tent that evening with a sense of calm expectation. Just me and my husband, Joseph, tucked away in a remote corner of the Galloway forest. We'd been planning this trip for months, seeking escape from deadlines and the constant drone of city life. The forest welcomed us with its ancient embrace, tall pines swaying gently overhead as we followed winding trails through the afternoon. "This spot is perfect," Joseph had declared, setting down his backpack in a small clearing surrounded by dense trees. I agreed, breathing in air that tasted clean and verdant, untouched by exhaust fumes and concrete dust. We'd hiked for nearly 6 hours, following a route that took us deeper into the wilderness than we'd ever ventured before. The isolation was deliberate. We wanted stars without light pollution, silence without distant traffic, and the raw experience of being truly alone with nature. By the time we set up camp, my muscles ached pleasantly, my face flushed from exertion and mountain air. Joseph worked methodically, hammering stakes and stretching canvas while I arranged our sleeping bags and gathered kindling for a small fire. The routine felt comfortable, something we'd perfected over years of weekend excursions, though never quite this remote. "No cell service," Joseph noted, checking his phone before tucking it away. "Just us and the trees." The words should have been comforting. Instead, they lodged in my mind, a quiet warning I dismissed as paranoia. Later, I would curse myself for not heeding that first flicker of unease. We cooked a simple meal over the campfire, canned stew heated in a small pot, crusty bread we'd carried wrapped in foil. The forest grew darker around us, shadows deepening between trees, sounds shifting from birdsong to the occasional rustle of nocturnal creatures stirring awake. "Listen," Joseph whispered as we finished eating. Complete silence. But it wasn't silent. Not really. The forest breathed around us, wind through branches, distant water trickling over stones, the subtle symphony of insects and creatures too small to see. I strained my ears, trying to catalog each sound, to establish a baseline of normal. Why this seemed important, I couldn't articulate. We retired early, exhausted from the hike. The tent felt secure, a fragile haven of civilization in the wilderness. Joseph fell asleep almost immediately, his breathing deep and rhythmic beside me. I lay awake longer, watching patterns of moonlight dapple the tent fabric, listening to the forest settle into its nighttime melody. Eventually, I drifted off, lulled by Joseph's steady breathing and the gentle whisper of wind through pine needles. I was exhausted in that good, contented way that usually promises solid, dreamless sleep. I had no idea what waited in the darkness. Sometime after midnight, I stirred awake. At first, all I noticed was the thick darkness, broken only by the faint glow of moonlight edging through the fabric of our tent. My eyes darted around, trying to reorient. The familiar weight of our sleeping bag felt suddenly confining, and my bladder signaled urgent discomfort. I realized I needed to step outside for a bathroom break. Nothing unusual there. Just one of those moments when nature calls inconveniently during the night. I was tempted to ignore it, to force myself back to sleep, but the pressure was insistent. I knew I wouldn't be able to drift off again without taking care of business. I turned to check on Joseph, quietly making sure I wouldn't disturb him. He was still asleep, breathing in that slow, calm rhythm I knew so well. His face looked peaceful in the faint moonlight, untroubled by whatever had pulled me from slumber. I'd almost made up my mind to slip out silently when a strange noise cut through the stillness. A slow, methodical scratching, like fingers dragging against the ground. The sound came from just outside our tent, too deliberate to be a forest creature scurrying past. My thoughts raced in seconds. Perhaps it was just some curious animal sniffing around our campsite, drawn by lingering food scents. But this sound was too measured, almost deliberate, a conscious rhythm of scrape, pause, scrape that raised the fine hairs on my arms. I froze, ears straining to interpret the sound. The scratching continued, unhurried and persistent. It wasn't the random rustling of leaves or the skittering of small paws. This was steady, intentional, human. My bladder's urgency suddenly seemed insignificant compared to the growing dread that pooled in my stomach. Someone was outside our tent, inches away from where we slept, digging into the earth with what sounded like bare hands. The rational part of my mind offered explanations. Another camper looking for something they'd dropped, a forest ranger checking the soil, even a researcher collecting samples. But at this hour, in this isolated spot, the excuses withered as the scratching continued, metronomic and disturbing. I glanced at Joseph again, debating whether to wake him. Would he think I was overreacting? The scratching grew slightly louder, more vigorous, as if whoever, or whatever, was outside had found renewed purpose in their task. With my breath caught in my throat, I paused, listening for any sign it had moved away. When the sound didn't fade, I gathered what little courage remained and inched toward the tent flap. My fingers trembled as they found the cold metal of the zipper. I eased the tent zipper open just a bit, wincing at each small click of metal teeth separating. A slice of moonlight spilled in, illuminating the forest floor. At first, all I could see were shadows of shrubs and the outline of tall trunks, their bark silvered by moonlight. Then I spotted movement a few feet to my left, a shape crouched low against the ground. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I realized it was a woman. She looked surprisingly young, perhaps in her 20s, with hair tangled and hanging around her face in clumps. She was so close to our tent that I wondered how I hadn't heard her approach. She was digging into the soil with her bare hands, scooping out little clumps of dirt as if unearthing some hidden treasure. There was something profoundly disturbing about her posture. She moved in slow, careful motions, almost like she was in a trance. Her fingers curved like claws, nails caked with earth, scraping deeper into the growing hole beside our tent. I tried to steady myself, but my pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out every other sound. I kept glancing back to Joseph, who was still cluelessly asleep. The moonlight cast bizarre shadows across the woman's face, hollowing her cheeks and darkening her eye sockets until she looked almost skeletal. The idea of confronting a stranger in the middle of nowhere left me frozen with indecision. For a second, I considered zipping the tent closed and pretending I hadn't seen her. But what if she needed help? What if she was injured or lost? Or worse, what if she meant us harm? The question alone made my skin prickle with goose flesh. So I shuffled backward and nudged Joseph awake. In a hushed whisper, I told him there was someone right outside. His eyes snapped open, instantly alert in a way that told me he recognized the tension in my voice. He followed my gaze to the half-open zipper. Without hesitating, he reached for our flashlight. I stayed low, peeking over his shoulder as he directed a small beam of light toward the figure. She barely reacted, just paused her digging for a moment, as if considering whether the interruption was worth acknowledging. The beam lit up her face. A mixture of dirt and sweat clung to her skin, and her eyes had a distant look, unfocused and glassy, as if she wasn't fully present in that moment. "Hey, are you okay?" Joseph called out, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness of the forest. But she didn't respond. She just slowly stood, letting the loose earth drop from her fingertips. For a heartbeat, I thought she might lash out or speak, but she remained silent, her expression blank, yet somehow intense. Then, in one fluid motion, she turned and walked deeper into the darkness, leaving that shallow hole right next to our tent. Joseph and I exchanged a look of disbelief. Part of me wanted to chase her down, find out who she was and what she was doing, but common sense said otherwise. The isolation of the place was suddenly overwhelming. We were miles from the nearest road, farther still from other people who might help if things went wrong. After a few tense minutes of debate, I decided I still needed to step outside. I couldn't exactly hold it till dawn, so I unzipped the tent the rest of the way, scanning the shadows for any trace of the woman. The night air felt colder than it had an hour before, seeping through my jacket and raising goosebumps along my arms. Every tree took on a menacing outline, branches reaching like gnarled fingers. Shadows pooled in unexpected places, creating pockets of absolute darkness where anything might hide. My husband stood guard, flashlight sweeping left and right while I tended to my business just a few feet from our tent. No sign of the strange woman anywhere, but the unease lingered, a weight pressing against my chest. Once I returned to the tent, we tried to settle down again. We talked in hushed tones, speculating on what we had just witnessed. Was she a lost hiker? A local who wandered away from another campsite? Someone with mental health issues who'd found her way deep into the forest? Neither explanation felt quite right. "I don't like this," Joseph whispered, still clutching the flashlight. "She was digging right next to where we're sleeping." What could she possibly be looking for? I wondered aloud, my imagination conjuring images of buried items, weapons, evidence, human remains. Each possibility seemed more disturbing than the last. The hole itself troubled me. Not quite a foot deep, roughly circular, dug with obvious purpose. Not random scratching or animal foraging. She had been looking for something specific, or perhaps preparing to place something there. Exhaustion eventually won out over adrenaline, and we lay back down, the zipper firmly closed. I closed my eyes, trying to slow my racing thoughts, hoping the rest of the night would pass quietly. But every time the wind rustled the leaves, I braced for the possibility of seeing her again, crouched just inches away from where we lay. The tent suddenly felt too thin, almost transparent, like no barrier at all between us and whatever lurked in the forest. The nylon walls that had seemed sturdy enough hours ago now felt like tissue paper, offering no real protection. I think I drifted off for a bit, though my dreams were uneasy fragments of pursuit and discovery. My mind kept returning to the sight of her, kneeling in the moonlight, nails scratching into the dirt, and that hollow expression on her face, the kind that hinted at some buried distress, or a reality far different from ours. Joseph stayed awake longer, I could tell. He shifted around, hands gripping the flashlight, as if waiting for her to come back. That was how the first part of the night played out. Two people in a campsite that had seemed so comforting just hours before, now wrestling with the notion that safety can vanish with one bizarre encounter. We had no clue what would happen next, or if this stranger would return. All we could do was lie there, ears straining for another hint of movement, waiting for dawn and hoping she wouldn't appear again. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I recall is being startled awake by a metallic rattle just outside the tent. It took me a second to realize it wasn't part of a dream. No, this was real. A sound of something or someone picking through our gear. My insides twisted at the thought that the stranger from before was back. I turned my head and saw Joseph's eyes snap open too. Neither of us spoke. We just locked gazes, letting the clattering go on for a tense moment before deciding to act. He unzipped the door as quietly as he could, stepping out with the flashlight in hand. I poked my head out right behind him, my pulse pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Sure enough, she was there. The same person, the same filthy clothes and unkempt hair. Only now she seemed deeply absorbed in our supplies, Pots and utensils were scattered around her feet. She crouched low, head tilted, as if the items themselves were more fascinating than we were. She hadn't tried to take off with anything, but the way she examined our belongings left me unnerved. There was an eerie curiosity in her expression, almost childlike, but it clashed with the rest of her disheveled appearance. She turned a metal spork over in her hands, studying it with an intensity that seemed wildly disproportionate. Joseph called out to her, not exactly shouting, but loud enough to cut through the hush of the forest. "Hey, that's ours. Do you need help or something?" His voice betrayed the tension he was feeling, a slight tremor undermining his attempt at authority. The flashlight beam fell across her face, revealing eyes that glinted in the harsh light. She lifted her head, letting a small metal cup clatter from her grip. She didn't move or speak, just stared. I tried to read something, anything in her eyes, but came up blank. Was she hostile? Confused? Lost? My thoughts were all over the place. A heavy knot tightened in my gut as I realized how vulnerable we were. Joseph was still trying to get through to her, asking if she was okay, if she needed food or water or directions. But she offered no explanation, no hint at what she might want. She just held that unnerving stare. It was as if our words weren't registering. Or maybe she just didn't care. Before I could even decide what to do, Joseph backed away, retreating to the tent flap. He couldn't force her to leave without risking a full confrontation. Neither of us wanted that. We were out here alone, in the middle of nowhere, with no quick way to call for assistance. If she didn't budge, we were at a disadvantage. I stood there in the open air for a moment, wondering if maybe I could reason with her. But I froze, tongue-tied and overwhelmed by her strange presence. She looked at me, and the flashlight beam caught a smudge of dirt across her cheek that gave her a feral quality. Slowly, she lowered herself back into a crouch, rummaging around our stuff with total disregard for the tension in the air. A million scenarios bounced around my head. Should we pack up and leave? Confront her more forcefully? Try to communicate again? My instincts screamed that a person who acted this way wasn't going to respond to normal logic. So I decided to return to the tent, quietly zipping the door shut behind me and Joseph. The two of us sat there for several minutes, listening to every scrape and shuffle outside. It felt like we were stranded in a surreal standoff with no clear path out. "What do we do?" I whispered, clutching Joseph's arm. "She's not stealing anything. She's just examining everything." "I don't know," he admitted, "but I don't like it. There's something wrong with her." Eventually, the rummaging sounds faded. I exhaled, trying to settle the hammering in my chest. Maybe she'd move on. Maybe this would become just another bizarre campfire story. But then the digging returned. The same slow, deliberate scraping near the side of the tent. I realized she was back at that little hole she'd started. The sound felt closer than ever, like she was practically inches from my head. We both jumped when I finally shouted through the tent walls, telling her to stop. The instant the words left my mouth, there was a frantic shuffle. It reminded me of the way a startled animal might tear through the brush. I scrambled to peer outside, but by the time I got the zipper partway open, she was gone. Just darkness, shifting shadows, and the faint rustling of leaves. The hole beside our tent was now nearly a foot deep. Joseph grabbed the flashlight and stepped outside, sweeping the beam across the clearing. No sign of her. But something caught his attention in the freshly dug hole. "There's something here," he said, voice tight with tension. I moved beside him, peering down into the dark pit. At first, I saw nothing but dirt and small stones. Then the flashlight beam caught something pale, a flash of white against the dark soil. Joseph knelt, hesitated, then reached into the hole. I wanted to stop him, to tell him not to touch whatever was buried there, but curiosity overrode my caution. He pulled out a small object and held it up to the light. It was a tooth, a human molar, roots intact, with dirt still clinging to it. "Oh God," I whispered, recoiling. "Is that real?" Joseph turned it over in his palm, his face draining of color. "It looks real. And fresh." The implication hung in the air between us. Where had it come from? Who did it belong to? And why was this strange woman digging it up in the middle of the night? We didn't sleep well after that. Every passing minute dragged on while we waited for her to return. Joseph gripped the flashlight, occasionally shining it through the thin fabric of the tent to see if anyone was out there. The forest seemed to close in, thick with tension. I couldn't manage to keep my eyes shut for more than a minute or two before some small rustle made me start all over again. Dawn came at last, bringing a weak sliver of gray light through the canopy. We cautiously unzipped the tent, feeling like intruders on our own campsite. Our gear was scattered over the area: cookware, water bottles, clothing items. She had touched everything, inspected it, then tossed it aside. The only thing more unsettling than that chaos was the hole now dug nearly a foot deep beside our tent. No obvious reason, just a hole, as if that had been her main objective all along. The tooth lay where Joseph had placed it on a flat rock, a mute testimony to something we couldn't comprehend. My husband and I scanned the area, but she was nowhere to be found. No footprints beyond some smudges of dirt, no sign of another tent or bag of her own. Just our stuff left in disarray. We collected what we could, still half expecting her to materialize from behind a tree. "We need to report this," Joseph said, stuffing his sleeping bag into its compression sack with jerky movements. "To the rangers or police or someone." I nodded, though the prospect of explaining what happened made me doubt we'd be taken seriously. A strange woman digging holes and examining camping gear? It sounded absurd in the morning light, despite the evidence scattered around us. "What about the tooth?" I asked, not wanting to touch it, but equally reluctant to leave it behind. Joseph considered for a moment, then pulled out a small Ziploc bag we used for food storage. He carefully placed the tooth inside, sealing it shut. "Evidence," he said grimly. As we packed, I noticed something we'd missed in the night. A series of small holes similar to the one by our tent, forming a rough line leading into the trees. Each about the same size, each seemingly dug by hand, spaced about 10 feet apart. "Joseph," I called, pointing. "Look at this." He joined me, following my gaze to the line of excavations. "How many are there?" We followed the trail of holes into the woods, counting as we went. 6, 7, 8. They continued in a straight line, each one freshly dug. At the 9th hole, we found another tooth, and a fingernail in the 10th. Part of me was still braced for her to appear again, maybe running at us or circling the site in that awkward crouch. But the forest remained still, watching us with green indifference as we hurried back to break down our tent. We left that clearing with an odd mixture of guilt and relief. Guilt for not being able to help someone who, for all we knew, needed it desperately. Relief for escaping an encounter that felt steeped in danger, even if it never escalated into outright violence. During the entire hike back, I kept twisting around to see if she was following us. The shadows seemed to move at the corner of my vision, but I never saw her again. By the time we reached the safer, more populated trails, I realized I had been holding my breath in tense bursts. We reported the incident at the ranger station, showing them the tooth and describing the woman and the line of holes. They took our statement with professional concern, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They promised to investigate, to send someone to check the area. I wonder if they ever did. The tooth, they told us, would be turned over to the proper authorities. We never heard what became of it, whether it was human or animal, recent or ancient, significant or meaningless. Some questions remain unanswered no matter how desperately you want closure. That night, safe in our own bedroom, miles from the forest, I still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the house settling made me tense. I kept seeing her face in my mind. That vacant stare, the dirt-streaked skin, the methodical way she dug into the earth as if compelled by some force beyond reasoning. Joseph suggested we stop camping for a while. I agreed, though something in me resisted the idea of letting one disturbing encounter rob us of something we loved. Still, whenever I close my eyes and imagine a tent around me, I hear the scratching again. Nails against soil, searching, always searching. Looking back, it's the most unnerving experience I've had, worse than storms or wildlife or anything else you typically worry about in the wilderness. Because when it's a person acting that way, you can't predict what's going to happen. You can't understand their motivations or anticipate their next move. The unknown lingers, creeping under your skin, reminding you that, out in the wild, your sense of safety can shatter without warning. And all it takes is one stranger with a strange agenda. Sometimes I wonder who she was. What drove her to dig those holes in the dark? What significance did those buried items hold? Was she placing them or retrieving them? Was she dangerous or damaged or both? I'll never know. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I imagine her still out there in those woods, crouched low to the ground, fingers working methodically into the soil, still digging, still searching, and finding things that should perhaps remain buried. And I wonder, with a shudder that refuses to fade even years later, if someday she'll dig up something far worse than a tooth. Or if someday someone will find her, a mystery buried in the forest soil with no explanation for the line of holes she left behind. My name is Dale Ashworth. Back in '98, I was working a dead-end job, selling insurance to farmers outside of Ely, Nevada. Life in Ely was quiet, too quiet. Not much ever happened, except for that one time. It started with Old Man Jensen. He came into town one afternoon, eyes wide and wild, babbling about something tearing through his chicken coop, taking his livestock. Said it was like nothing he'd ever seen before. Now, Old Man Jensen was known to chase a shot of whiskey with a tall tale, so most folks just nodded along. But I'd seen a look in his eyes, a raw terror I hadn't seen since my time in the service. It stuck with me. A few days later, I was driving back from a sales call out near Steptoe Creek. It was getting late, the sun already dipping below the Shoshone Mountains. Shadows stretched long and deep, turning the sagebrush into lurking shapes. I stopped at a roadside diner for a cup of coffee and a slice of pie. The place was empty except for a trucker hunched over a plate of fries and the waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Doris. "Quiet night," I said, settling onto the red vinyl stool. Doris just shrugged. "Everyone's on edge. Sheriff's been warning folks about some missing cattle out by the old copper mine." I took a sip of the bitter coffee. "Old Man Jensen's story?" Doris looked at me, surprised. "You heard about that? Sheriff thinks it's coyotes, but..." She trailed off, shaking her head. I finished my pie and paid up. The night air was cold, sharp against my skin. I started the drive back to Ely, the headlights cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw it. A flash of movement in the headlights, too big for a coyote, too fast for a dog. It darted across the road, disappearing into the sagebrush. I pulled over, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't sure what I expected to find. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Or maybe Old Man Jensen wasn't so crazy after all. I got out of the car, the silence heavy around me. The only sound was the wind whistling through the sagebrush. I took a few steps toward where I'd seen the movement, my hand hovering near the tire iron I kept under the driver's seat. "Hello?" My voice sounded small and lost in the vastness of the night. There was no answer, just the wind and the silence. I waited, listening, but there was nothing. I told myself it was nothing. Just a coyote, or maybe even a stray dog. but deep down I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold desert air. The next morning, I called the sheriff's office. They weren't much help. Said they'd had a few calls, but nothing concrete. Just shadows and rumors. But the rumors grew. A camper found his supplies torn apart, his food gone. A rancher reported strange tracks near his water trough. Tracks unlike anything he'd seen before. The townsfolk of Ely, once dismissive, started locking their doors at night. The whispers started spreading like wildfire through the dry brush. Something was out there. Something hungry. One night I was having a beer at the only bar in town, the Miner's Rest. The place was mostly empty, just a few regulars huddled at the bar, speaking in hushed tones. "Heard they found Jimmy's truck out by the old mine," said a man in a dusty cowboy hat. Truck was empty, door wide open. Another man chimed in, shaking his head. Jimmy was a young guy, just moved to town a few months back. He was trying to make a go of it, working on the ranch outside of town. I'd sold him a life insurance policy, just in case. Now I wished I hadn't. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the flash of movement in my headlights, hearing the whispers in the bar. I knew I had to do something. I drove out to the old copper mine the next day. The road was little more than a dirt track, barely wide enough for my car. The mine itself was a scar on the landscape, a gaping maw of darkness leading into the heart of the mountain. The air was heavy with a silence that felt almost oppressive. I got out of the car, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. And then I saw them. The tracks. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Large, three-toed prints sunk deep into the dry earth. They led towards the mine entrance, disappearing into the darkness. I knew then that whatever had taken Jimmy, whatever was stalking the outskirts of Ely, was real. And it was waiting for me inside that mine. I stood there staring at those tracks for what felt like hours, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. Three-toed prints, each one nearly the size of a dinner plate, with strange claw marks extending forward. Not a bear, not a mountain lion. Nothing native to these parts could leave marks like these. I snapped a few photos with the disposable camera I kept in my glove box for insurance claims. Evidence, I thought. Something to show Sheriff Daniels that this wasn't just another tall tale. Back in town, I went straight to the sheriff's office. Marge, the dispatcher, gave me a tired smile as I walked in. "Dale Ashworth," she said. "What brings you by today? Not another speeding ticket, I hope." "I need to see Sheriff Daniels," I replied, clutching the camera in my sweaty palm. "It's important." Sheriff Daniels was a stocky woman in her 50s with steel gray hair and eyes that had seen too much. She'd moved to Ely after 20 years with the Las Vegas PD, looking for a quieter life. I doubted this was what she had in mind. "Ashworth," she nodded, gesturing to the chair across from her desk. "What can I do for you?" I told her everything. Jensen's chickens, the thing I'd seen on the road, Jimmy's empty truck, and the tracks leading into the mine. She listened without interrupting, her expression giving nothing away. "And you've got pictures of these tracks?" she asked when I finished. I handed over the camera. "They need to be developed, but they're there. Sheriff, something's out there. Something dangerous." She sighed, pocketing the camera. "I'll get these developed and check out the mine myself. In the meantime, try not to spread panic. This town runs on tourism and ranching. Last thing we need is rumors about some monster in the hills." I left feeling dismissed. A familiar feeling in Ely. I'd only lived there for 3 years, still an outsider by local standards. But I knew what I'd seen. That night, I dreamed of the mine. In my dream, I was walking deeper and deeper into its dark tunnels, the walls pressing in around me, the air thick with the smell of copper and something else, something rotten and ancient. I could hear scratching, scuttling sounds ahead of me, getting closer. I woke up gasping for air, sheets soaked with sweat. The next day brought news that chilled the town to its core. 2 teenagers, out for a joyride, had gone missing. Their car was found abandoned at the Steptoe Valley overlook, keys still in the ignition, radio still playing. No signs of struggle, no blood, just empty space where 2 young lives should have been. The town called an emergency meeting at the high school gymnasium. Nearly everyone showed up. The air was thick with fear and cigarette smoke as Sheriff Daniels tried to maintain calm. "At this time, we have no evidence of foul play," she announced, her voice steady. "Search and rescue teams are combing the area. We'll find those kids." An angry voice called out from the back of the room. "What about the tracks, Sheriff? The ones Dale found?" All eyes turned to me. I felt the weight of their stares, some curious, others accusatory. Sheriff Daniels cleared her throat. "We're investigating every lead. But right now, I need everyone to stay calm and stay out of the back country until we know more." After the meeting, Jensen approached me, his weathered face tight with worry. "You believe me now, don't you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "About what I saw?" I nodded. "What exactly did you see, Jensen?" "You never really said." He glanced around nervously as if afraid of being overheard. "It was big. Moved on 2 legs but not like a man. Too fast. Too jerky. Like watching one of them stop-motion monsters in the movies. And its eyes..." He shuddered. "They caught the light from my porch. Glowed like hot coals." A chill ran down my spine. "Why didn't you tell the sheriff all this?" Jensen gave a bitter laugh. "You think she'd believe an old drunk like me? Hell, half the time I don't believe myself." That night, Ely changed. Doors were double-locked, shotguns loaded, children kept indoors. The easy peace of our quiet town had been shattered. Something was hunting in the shadows of the Nevada desert, and we were all potential prey. The next morning, I was awakened by insistent knocking at my door. It was Tom Grady, who ran the local garage. "Dale?" he said, his face pale beneath his perpetual tan. "Sheriff wants to see you. They found something at the mine." The drive to Steptoe Mine was tense, the road now lined with police cruisers and a county coroner's van. My stomach dropped at the sight. Whatever they'd found, it wasn't good. Sheriff Daniels was standing near the mine entrance, conferring with a man in a state police uniform. When she saw me, she broke away and walked over. "You were right about the tracks," she said without preamble. "State's sending in a wildlife expert. But that's not why I called you here." She led me to a clearing near the mine entrance. The ground had been recently disturbed, the dirt freshly turned. And there, half uncovered, was a human arm, the flesh partially torn away, the bone gleaming white in the morning sun. "We think it's Jimmy," she said, her voice professionally detached. "Can't be sure until the coroner does his job, but the watch matches the description his mother gave us." I felt sick. What did this to him?" Sheriff Daniels shook her head. "That's what I'm hoping you can help us figure out. You're the one who's been connecting the dots. And there's something else." She handed me a plastic evidence bag. Inside was a large, curved claw, nearly 6 inches long. It was a sickly yellowish color, tapering to a wicked point. "Found it stuck in what's left of his rib cage," she said quietly. "Never seen anything like it. You?" I shook my head, unable to take my eyes off the claw. It looked prehistoric, like something that belonged to a creature that should have died out millions of years ago. "Whatever left those tracks," I said. "Whatever killed Jimmy. I think it's still in that mine." Sheriff Daniels nodded grimly. "That's what I'm afraid of. And I think it's time we went in after it." The next 24 hours were a blur of preparation. Sheriff Daniels assembled a small team. Herself, me, Deputy Carson, a former Army Ranger, Dr. Eliza Webb, the county coroner, and surprisingly, Old Man Jensen, who knew the layout of the mine better than anyone. Used to work those tunnels back in the 70s, he explained, his hands shaking slightly as he traced routes on an old mining map. Place goes deeper than most folks realize. Company records say they abandoned it because the copper ran out. But that ain't the whole truth. What is the truth? I asked, sensing there was more to his story. Jensen's watery blue eyes met mine. Men went missing. Equipment got destroyed. Strange noises from the deep shafts. Company called it cave-ins and equipment malfunctions, but us miners, we knew better. Something was down there with us. Sheriff Daniels looked skeptical, but didn't dismiss him outright. Whatever's in there has killed at least one person that we know of, maybe 3 if it's got those teenagers. We go in armed, we stay together, and at the first sign of serious trouble we retreat. This isn't about being heroes. We gathered at the mine entrance at dawn. The early morning light cast long shadows across the rocky terrain, making every juniper bush and scrub oak look like a crouching figure. We were armed with shotguns, pistols, high-powered flashlights, and radios. Dr. Webb carried a tranquilizer gun loaded with enough ketamine to drop a grizzly. Just in case it's something we can capture, she explained, though her tone suggested she didn't believe that would be possible. The entrance to Steptoe Mine was a dark rectangle cut into the mountainside, supported by weathered timber beams. A set of rusted rails extended from the opening, remnants of the carts that once carried copper ore from the depths. The tracks I'd seen earlier led straight inside, distinct even in the hard-packed dirt of the mine floor. Everybody stay close, Sheriff Daniels instructed. Carson takes point. I'll bring up the rear. Dale, you and Dr. Webb stay in the middle with Jensen. The mine swallowed us like a living thing. 20 feet in, the daylight faded to a distant rectangle, and the temperature dropped noticeably. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, illuminating rough-hewn walls streaked with copper oxide and ancient soot from mining lamps. The air was stale, heavy with dust and the metallic tang of minerals. Jensen guided us deeper, pointing out side tunnels and ventilation shafts. Main shaft goes down almost 800 feet, he explained. But there's natural caverns too, places the mining company never fully mapped. We followed the tracks, which remained clear in the dust on the tunnel floor. They led us deeper into the mine, past abandoned equipment and the occasional rat skeleton. The silence was oppressive, broken only by our footsteps and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. After about half an hour, we reached a junction where the mine split into 3 separate tunnels. The tracks led down the middle passage, which sloped steeply downward. This one goes to the deepest part, Jensen said, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space. Where they hit the water table, had to stop drilling there. Deputy Carson knelt by the tracks, examining them closely with his flashlight. These look fresher here. Whatever made them, it's been using this path regularly. A sudden noise from deep in the tunnel made us all freeze, a scraping sound like claws on stone followed by a splash. Then silence. It's down there, Jensen whispered, his face pale in the flashlight beam. In the flooded section. Sheriff Daniels chambered around in her shotgun. Let's move. Carefully. The tunnel grew narrower as we descended, the ceiling lower, forcing us to crouch slightly. The air grew damper, and the walls glistened with moisture. The tracks became less distinct in the increasingly muddy floor, but were still visible. Then we found the first body. It was one of the missing teenagers, or what was left of him. The remains had been partially consumed, the flesh torn from the bones in large chunks. His face was mercifully intact, frozen in an expression of absolute terror. Dr. Webb knelt beside the body, her professional demeanor cracking slightly. This didn't happen here, she said quietly. The body was brought here after death. There's not enough blood. It's storing food, Jensen said, his voice hollow. Like a goddamn pantry. A shiver ran down my spine at the thought. Not just a predator, but something intelligent enough to save its kills for later. Further down the tunnel, the ground became increasingly wet, until we were splashing through shallow puddles. The tunnel eventually opened into a larger chamber, where the mining operation had broken through into a natural cavern. The floor was covered in about 2 feet of dark water, reflecting our flashlight beams in distorted patterns against the ceiling. And there, half submerged in the murky water, was the second teenager. Unlike the first, this body showed signs of being recently killed. Blood still clouded the water around it. "It's close," Deputy Carson whispered, scanning the darkness with his light. "Very close." That's when we heard it. A sound like wet leather stretching, followed by a splash from the far side of the cavern. All our lights swung in that direction, illuminating a sight that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It rose from the water like something from a primeval nightmare. Tall, at least 7 feet, with a body that seemed wrong in ways I couldn't immediately process. Its skin was a sickly grayish green, slick with moisture, stretched tight over a frame that was both skeletal and muscular. The head was elongated, lizard-like, with a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth that gleamed in our flashlight beams. Its eyes reflected the light like a cat's, glowing an unnatural yellow-orange. But it was the limbs that disturbed me most. Too long, too jointed, ending in 3-fingered hands and feet tipped with the same curved claws we'd found in Jimmy's body. It moved with a jerky, unsettling grace like something trying to remember how muscles should work. For a moment we all stood frozen in horror, our lights fixed on the creature. It tilted its head, studying us with an intelligence that was somehow more terrifying than mindless aggression. Then Sheriff Daniels broke the spell, raising her shotgun. "Everyone back!" The creature moved with impossible speed, leaping from the water and scuttling across the ceiling like a monstrous insect. Dr. Webb fired the tranquilizer gun, but the dart glanced off the creature's hide. Deputy Carson got off 2 shots from his pistol before the thing dropped behind a pile of rocks. "Move!" Sheriff Daniels shouted, firing her shotgun into the darkness where the creature had disappeared. "Back to the junction." We retreated in panicked disorder, splashing through the water, slipping in the mud. I could hear it moving around us, circling, using the darkness and its knowledge of the tunnels to flank us. Jensen was ahead of me when I heard him scream. I swung my light toward the sound just in time to see the creature drag him into a side tunnel, its clawed hand clamped over his mouth. I fired my pistol, the shots deafening in the confined space, but I couldn't tell if I hit anything. We reached the junction, gasping for breath, down 1 man. Sheriff Daniels did a quick head count. "Where's Jensen?" "It got him," I said, still trying to process what I'd seen. "Pulled him into a side tunnel. I shot at it, but..." Dr. Webb was pale, her hands shaking as she tried to reload the tranquilizer gun. "That thing, it's not natural, not any known species." "We need to get out," Deputy Carson said, his professional calm finally cracking. "Call in the National Guard or something, that thing is..." He never finished his sentence. With a sound like tearing canvas, the ceiling above us collapsed, and the creature dropped into our midst. It landed on Carson, claws sinking deep into his shoulders. His scream was cut short as those terrible jaws closed on his throat. Sheriff Daniels fired, the shotgun blast catching the creature in its side. It screeched, a high, piercing sound that made my teeth ache, and released Carson, who collapsed in a bloody heap. Dr. Webb grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the exit tunnel. "Run!" We ran, the creature's shrieks echoing behind us. Sheriff Daniels brought up the rear, firing backward as she ran. I could hear the thing pursuing us, its strange, multi-jointed gait causing an uneven rhythm of splashes and scrapes. Daylight appeared ahead, the exit, still so far away. My lungs burned, my legs numb from exertion and fear. Behind us, the creature's shrieks grew closer. Then Sheriff Daniels cried out. I turned to see her on the ground, the creature on top of her, its claws tearing at her tactical vest. Dr. Webb and I both fired, our shots echoing deafeningly in the tunnel. The creature jerked with the impacts but didn't fall. Instead, it looked up at us, those terrible orange eyes reflecting our flashlight beams. And it made a sound. Not a shriek this time. but something worse, something like laughter. Then it grabbed Sheriff Daniels and dragged her into the darkness. Dr. Webb and I staggered out of the mine into the harsh daylight, blood-spattered and wild-eyed. We were the only survivors of the expedition into Steptoe Mine. Whatever dwelled in those dark tunnels had claimed 3 more victims in a matter of minutes. And I knew, with cold certainty, that it wouldn't stay in the mine forever. News of the disaster spread through Ely like a wildfire. Sheriff Daniels, Deputy Carson, and Old Man Jensen, all dead, taken by some kind of creature living in the abandoned mine. The rational world we thought we knew had been torn apart in the space of a few hours. County officials took over, setting up a command post at the high school. State police arrived, along with wildlife experts and eventually a team from the Bureau of Land Management. Dr. Webb and I told our story again and again, describing the creature, the way it moved, the intelligence in those glowing eyes. Some believed us. Most didn't, or couldn't let themselves believe. They talked about mountain lions, about escaped exotic pets, about methane pockets causing hallucinations. Anything but the truth, that something inhuman was hunting in the desert hills around Ely. 3 days after the mine incident, they sealed the entrance with explosives. Problem contained, the county commissioner announced at a press conference. The unstable mine has been safely closed. Dr. Webb found me at the Miner's Rest that night, nursing my 3rd whiskey. She looked as haunted as I felt, dark circles under her eyes, her hands still trembling slightly when she lifted her glass. "They think it's over," she said, her voice bitter. "They didn't see what we saw." I nodded, staring into my drink. "You know what bothers me most? That sound it made, like it was laughing at us." "I've been doing research," she said, lowering her voice. "There are legends in this area, Shoshone stories about a creature that lives underground. They called it the hunger that walks, said it would emerge during times of drought to hunt." "And we're in year 3 of a drought," I murmured. "There's more," she continued. "The mine records Jensen mentioned? I found them in the county archives. In 1976, 6 miners disappeared in a single week. The company blamed it on a collapse in the deep shaft, but the bodies were never recovered. They sealed that section and kept mining for another year before shutting down completely. I took another drink, letting the whiskey burn away some of the fear. "So it's been down there for decades, maybe longer. And now we've blocked its main exit," she concluded grimly. The realization hit me like a physical blow. You think it'll find another way out. I think it already has. That night, on the southeastern edge of town, a family disappeared from their home. The Connors, husband, wife, 2 children. The front door was found ripped from its hinges, a trail of 3-toed footprints leading away from the house, across the yard, and down into a drainage culvert. The state police organized search parties, combing the desert with dogs and helicopters. They found nothing. The Connors had vanished completely, just like Jimmy and the teenagers. Panic gripped Ely. Those who could leave, did, packing up their cars and fleeing to relatives in other towns. Those who stayed armed themselves and boarded up their homes. The motels emptied of tourists, the gas stations ran low on fuel, and the grocery store shelves were stripped bare within days. I stayed, though I'm not sure why. Maybe because I felt responsible somehow. Maybe because I'd looked into those alien eyes and couldn't just walk away. Or maybe because I knew deep down that there was nowhere to run. If this thing had been down in that mine for decades, who was to say there weren't others of its kind elsewhere? Dr. Webb stayed too. "I'm a scientist," she said when I asked her why. "I need to understand what this is." We set up a makeshift headquarters in the back room of the Miner's Rest. The owner, a Vietnam vet named Charlie, believed our story completely. "Saw things in the jungle that shouldn't exist," he told us, checking the shells in his shotgun. "Worlds full of nightmares we don't know about." We began mapping the creature's movements, marking each sighting, each missing person, each set of strange tracks found in the soft dirt around town. A pattern emerged. It was using the town's storm drainage system to move undetected, emerging at night to hunt. And it was learning. After the Connors, it became more cautious, taking lone victims who wouldn't be missed immediately. A homeless man who camped by the creek, a long-haul trucker whose rig was found abandoned at a rest stop, a young woman who'd gone for a late-night jog. 1 week after the mine was sealed, we caught a break. A teenage boy, out smoking behind the movie theater, saw something moving in the drainage ditch. Instead of running, he took a video with his phone. Grainy, dark, but clear enough to show a tall, misshapen figure emerging from a large culvert. "It's getting bolder," Dr. Webb said as we reviewed the footage. "Coming out earlier in the evening, less afraid of being seen." "Or hungrier," Charlie added. "Way I see it, this thing's been living off whatever wandered into that mine for years. Now it's got to hunt in the open to feed itself." I studied the map we'd created, the pins marking each incident forming a rough circle around the town center. It's working its way inward, I realized, starting at the edges, moving towards more populated areas. "Testing us?" Dr. Webb nodded. "Learning our patterns, our defenses." "So what do we do?" Charlie asked, voicing the question we'd been avoiding. "How do you kill something like this?" The answer came to us unexpectedly, from the most unlikely source. Marge, the sheriff's dispatcher, had been going through Daniels's personal effects. Among them was a voice recorder, her habit from her days on the Vegas force. She'd had it running during the mine expedition. Most of the recording was useless, echoing footsteps, murmured conversations, the same things we remembered. But at the end, after Sheriff Daniels was taken, there was something else. Sounds of struggle, a scream cut short, and then a strange series of clicks and hisses, the creature communicating in its own alien language. Dr. Webb spent hours analyzing the recording, isolating those sounds, playing them at different speeds. "There's a pattern here," she insisted, her scientific mind finding order in what sounded like chaos to me. "And listen to this." She played the recording at half speed. The clicks became deeper, the hisses longer, and beneath them, barely audible, was something like words. "Hungry, long sleep, more come soon." A chill ran down my spine. It's talking. Actually talking. "Or we're hearing what we want to hear," Charlie countered, ever the skeptic despite his willingness to believe in the creature. But Dr. Webb was convinced. "I think it's intelligent, maybe even sentient. And I think it was in hibernation until the mining activity disturbed it." "And the more comes soon part?" I asked, not really wanting the answer. She met my eyes, her expression grim. "I think it's not alone, or won't be for long." That night, our theory was confirmed in the worst possible way. 3 separate attacks occurred simultaneously in different parts of town. 3 creatures, not one. Witnesses described them as similar but not identical, 1 larger, 2 smaller, but all with the same basic appearance. "A family group," Dr. Webb theorized. "The one from the mine and offspring, maybe? Or mates. Whatever they were coordinating their attacks, hunting with a terrible efficiency that left 7 more people dead or missing. The county commissioner finally requested state emergency assistance. The governor activated the National Guard. By morning, military trucks were rolling into Ely, setting up checkpoints and evacuation centers. Scientists from the CDC and other agencies arrived, talking about quarantine protocols and containment strategies. But I knew, as did Dr. Webb and Charlie, that conventional tactics wouldn't work against these creatures. They were too fast, too clever, too unlike anything we'd ever encountered. "We need to draw them out," I said during an emergency meeting at the high school. "All of them at once, into a place where we can trap them." "And how do you propose to do that?" a CDC official asked skeptically. I looked at Dr. Webb, who nodded slightly. We'd discussed this already. A desperate plan with little chance of success. They hunt by sound and smell, she explained. We've observed them responding to certain frequencies, machinery, engines. And they're drawn to large groups, I added. Maximum prey potential. Charlie, who'd been silent until now, spoke up. The old copper processing plant. South edge of town, concrete walls 3 feet thick, limited access points. We rig it with speakers, Dr. Webb continued. Broadcast the sounds that attract them, get them all inside. And then blow the whole damn place sky high, Charlie finished grimly. The officials looked horrified, but the local residents who'd seen the aftermath of the attacks nodded in grim agreement. This wasn't about capture or study anymore. This was about survival. By sunset, the plan was in motion. The copper plant had been rigged with explosives by an Army Corps of Engineers team. Speakers salvaged from the high school's audio system were strategically placed to broadcast the sounds Dr. Webb had determined would attract the creatures. A mix of industrial noise and biological sounds that made my skin crawl. Most of the remaining townsfolk had been evacuated. Only volunteers stayed, myself, Dr. Webb, Charlie, and a squad of National Guardsmen who'd drawn the short straw. We were positioned on nearby buildings with night vision equipment and high-powered rifles. As darkness fell, Dr. Webb activated the speakers. The sound that filled the night was like nothing I'd ever heard. Screeching metal overlaid with something like whale song, punctuated by deep thrumming bass notes that I felt in my chest cavity. "Now we wait," she said over the radio, her voice tight with tension. We didn't have to wait long. Within an hour, the first creature appeared, emerging from a storm drain near the plant. It paused, head tilted, listening to the sounds. Then it moved toward the building with that strange, jerky grace. "Target 1 approaching the east entrance," reported a guardsman. "Hold fire," came the response from the command post. "Wait for the others." 10 minutes later, the second creature appeared, slightly smaller than the first, moving with the same unsettling gait. It circled the building once before entering through a broken window. "Target 2 is inside," reported another guardsman. "Still no sign of Target 3. We waited, tense, scanning the darkness. Minutes stretched into an hour. The third creature didn't appear. "Maybe there are only 2, suggested the guard commander. But Dr. Webb shook her head. "We confirmed 3 separate attack sites. There are 3 of them." That's when I realized our mistake. The creatures were intelligent. They'd learned from each encounter, adapted their tactics. What if they'd recognized the trap? I was about to voice this concern when Charlie's voice came over the radio, calm but urgent. "Movement on the roof of the processing plant. I think it's been there the whole time, watching us." All eyes turned to the roof. And there it was. The largest of the 3 creatures crouched near the edge, its glowing eyes fixed on our position. It knew. Somehow, it had understood our plan. Before anyone could react, it leaped from the roof, not toward the ground, but toward the building where Dr. Webb was stationed. I heard her scream over the radio, followed by gunfire. "Webb's in trouble," I shouted, already running toward her position. "Detonate now. Blow the plant." "But the other creatures," began the commander. "Now!" I screamed. The explosion ripped through the night, a fireball rising into the sky as the processing plant collapsed in on itself. The 2 creatures inside never had a chance. But the third, the one that mattered most, was still out there. I reached Dr. Webb's building, weapon ready, heart pounding in my chest. The door to the roof access had been torn off its hinges. I could hear sounds of struggle above. Taking a deep breath, I rushed up the stairs, emerging onto the rooftop just in time to see the creature standing over Dr. Webb's prone form. It turned to face me, those terrible orange eyes reflecting the flames from the destroyed plant. And it spoke, in a voice like gravel being crushed. "You are different." I raised my rifle, but couldn't pull the trigger, transfixed by the fact that this thing, this nightmare, was actually communicating. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature made that terrible laughing sound again. Older than your kind, sleeping, until the earth shakes us awake. Us, I repeated, a new fear gripping me. Many nests, it said, taking a step toward me. Many waiting. Mining wakes us. Digging wakes us. We feed, we breed, we spread. It gestured toward the burning processing plant. You kill my young, I kill you all. It lunged, faster than I could react. But before it reached me, a shot rang out. The creature staggered, orange blood spurting from a wound in its elongated head. Behind it, Dr. Webb had risen to her knees, a pistol clutched in her shaking hands. I didn't hesitate. I emptied my rifle into the creature's body, each impact driving it back a step. It shrieked, that bone-chilling sound of rage and pain, before toppling over the edge of the roof. By the time I reached the street, it was gone. A trail of orange blood leading to a storm drain, but no sign of the creature itself. Dr. Webb survived, though her injuries were severe. The town of Ely began the slow process of rebuilding, though many never returned. The official story blamed a gas leak for the explosion at the processing plant, and a previously undocumented predator species for the deaths. But we knew the truth, and we knew it wasn't over. 6 months after what the locals came to call the Ely incident, I was still in Nevada, but I'd moved to Carson City. I'd tried to put the nightmare behind me, taking a job with a larger insurance company, dating a nice woman who worked at the local library, pretending that life could be normal again. Dr. Webb had moved to Boulder, Colorado, accepting a research position that she said would give her access to equipment she needed. She didn't specify what research she was conducting, but I could guess. The creature's final words haunted us both. Many nests, many waiting. We stayed in touch, sharing information about similar incidents around the western United States. There weren't many: a disappearance in an Idaho mining town, strange tracks found near an abandoned quarry in Arizona, but enough to establish a pattern. Always near places where humans had dug deep into the earth, always in remote, sparsely populated areas. Then, on a cold November evening, my phone rang. It was Charlie, still tending bar at the Miners' Rest in Ely. They found Jimmy's body, he said without preamble. A group of hikers stumbled across it in a cave about 5 miles from the old mine. Medical examiner says he'd been dead at least 6 months. My blood ran cold. But we already found Jimmy, at the mine entrance. Charlie's voice was grim. Exactly. So whose body did we find that day? I flew back to Ely the next morning. The town had changed. Fewer people, more boarded-up buildings, an air of defeat hanging over the place. The mine remained sealed, guarded now by a permanent BLM presence that locals said was less about safety and more about keeping people away from whatever might still be inside. Dr. Webb met me at the airport, her face thinner than I remembered, her eyes burning with the intensity of obsession. She'd brought files, dozens of them, collected over months of research. It's happening in other places, she said, as we drove to the morgue to examine Jimmy's newly discovered remains. Small incidents, isolated cases, nothing that would make national news. But they're increasing in frequency. The creatures are spreading, I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Or they were already there, she countered. Hibernating, like ours said. Mining operations, fracking, deep well drilling, we're waking them up. At the morgue, the county's new medical examiner, a young man named Dr. Patel, showed us Jimmy's remains. They were skeletal, picked clean by scavengers, but the cause of death was clear. Massive trauma to the chest cavity, consistent with the claw marks we'd seen before. And you're certain this is James Holbrook? I asked. Dr. Patel nodded. Dental records confirmed it. The interesting part is the isotope analysis. He pointed to some charts that meant nothing to me. This individual died approximately 6 months ago, which matches the time frame of his disappearance. Then who was the body we found at the mine entrance? Dr. Webb asked. Dr. Patel hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. That's the puzzling part. The remains recovered 6 months ago were initially identified as Holbrook based on the personal effects found with the body: wallet, watch, clothing. But the actual remains... He paused. They weren't entirely human. We both stared at him. What do you mean, not entirely human? I finally asked. The tissue samples showed anomalous DNA. The previous ME attributed it to contamination or decomposition, but I've reviewed the slides. He lowered his voice. Whatever that body was, its genetic structure was fundamentally different from ours. Enhanced musculature, bone density far beyond human norms, cellular structures that don't match any known terrestrial organism. Dr. Webb and I exchanged looks. A terrible possibility was forming in my mind. Where are those remains now? Dr. Webb asked. CDC took them. Said it was a potential new pathogen. That's the last I heard. Later, at the Miners' Rest, we shared our theory with Charlie. The bar was nearly empty, just a couple of locals nursing beers in the corner. You're saying that first body, the one we thought was Jimmy, was actually one of those creatures? Charlie looked skeptical. It looked human enough to fool the coroner. Because it was deliberately left for us to find, Dr. Webb explained. Made to look human enough at first glance. It wanted us to find it, to bring it into town. Like a Trojan horse, I added. A way to infiltrate. Charlie's weathered face paled. You think one of them is still here? In Ely? I nodded slowly. I think it's been here the whole time, watching, learning, maybe even breeding. The implications were staggering. If the creatures could disguise themselves as human, even imperfectly, they could be anywhere. Anyone who'd moved to town in the past 6 months could potentially be one of them. Dr. Webb laid out her research files on the bar. I've been tracking unusual incidents across mining regions in the western states. Disappearances, livestock mutilations, strange sightings. They're spreading, Charlie, and they're getting better at hiding. What about the one you shot? Charlie asked. The big one, on the roof? Never found, I reminded him. It got away, wounded but alive. We spent the night reviewing Dr. Webb's files, looking for patterns, for weaknesses, for anything that might give us an edge. The creatures seemed vulnerable to high-caliber weapons, explosives, and possibly extreme heat, but they were also incredibly resilient and adaptable. They're learning from each encounter, Dr. Webb observed. The one that spoke to you, it had been observing us long enough to pick up language. It said mining wakes them, I recalled. What if they've been down there for thousands of years? Millions even? Some kind of prehistoric species that went underground to survive? Dr. Webb considered this. Or something that was never meant to be on the surface at all. An underground ecosystem we've barely begun to understand. The next day, we drove out to the sealed mine entrance. The BLM had erected a chain-link fence around the site, topped with barbed wire and warned with "Danger, keep out" signs. 2 bored-looking guards sat in a small prefab building near the gate. We weren't planning to go inside. We just wanted to see if there was any sign that something had come out since the sealing. Dr. Webb parked her car on a ridge overlooking the site, and we studied it through binoculars. No obvious disturbances, she noted. But that doesn't mean much. There are probably dozens of ways out that we don't know about. Natural fissures, old ventilation shafts. I was about to suggest we leave when I noticed one of the guards behaving oddly. He'd stepped out of the prefab and was looking around furtively, as if making sure he wasn't observed. Then he walked to the edge of the sealed mine entrance and bent down, placing something on the ground. Are you seeing this? I asked, handing the binoculars to Dr. Webb. She watched for a moment, then sucked in a sharp breath. He's feeding it, making an offering. Indeed, the guard had left what appeared to be a package wrapped in butcher paper, meat, most likely, near a small opening at the base of the sealed entrance. An opening that, according to official reports, shouldn't exist. "He's working with them," I whispered, though there was no way the guard could hear us from this distance. "Or for them." Dr. Webb's face hardened. "Or he is one of them." We retreated carefully, not wanting to be spotted. Back in town, we shared our discovery with Charlie, who looked increasingly alarmed. "So now they've got people helping them, or they're disguising themselves as people?" He shook his head. "How do we fight something like that?" It was a question I'd been asking myself for months. How do you combat an enemy that can hide among you? That can look like your neighbor, your co-worker, the new deputy sheriff? "We need to expose them," Dr. Webb said firmly. "Find a way to detect them, to tell them apart from humans." "And then what?" Charlie asked. "Even if we can identify them, how do we stop them?" "One at a time, if necessary," I said, a cold resolve settling over me. "However many there are." That night, I couldn't sleep. The motel room felt too small, too vulnerable. Every sound from outside, a car passing, a dog barking, the wind rattling the windows, seemed amplified, threatening. I kept thinking about what the creature had said on the rooftop. Many nests, many waiting. How many were there? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands hibernating deep beneath the earth, waiting to be awakened by our endless drilling and digging? Around 3 a.m. my phone rang. It was Dr. Webb, her voice tense. "Come to my room, now, and be careful." I grabbed my gun and made my way across the motel courtyard to her room. She let me in quickly, locking the door behind me. Her laptop was open on the bed, displaying what looked like medical scans. "I've been reviewing the autopsy data from the creature we initially mistook for Jimmy," she explained. "Looking for physiological weaknesses, biological markers, anything we could use. And their body temperature runs significantly higher than ours, almost 108 degrees Fahrenheit. It would kill a human, but seems to be their normal state." She pulled up another image. "And look at this cranial structure. The brain cavity is nearly twice the size of a human's, with unusual development in areas associated with sensory processing. So they're smarter than us," I concluded grimly. "Different," she corrected. "Adapted for different conditions. But yes, possibly more intelligent in certain ways, and definitely more physically capable." She showed me more images: enhanced musculature, reinforced bone structure, a digestive system capable of processing materials that would be toxic to humans. "They're perfectly evolved predators," she said, "and we're their ideal prey." Before I could respond, there was a knock at the door. We both froze, exchanging alarmed glances. It was the middle of the night. Who would be knocking? "Dr. Webb," came a voice from outside. "It's Deputy Lewis. We need to talk." Deputy Lewis was one of the new officers hired after Sheriff Daniel's death. I'd never met him, but Dr. Webb had mentioned him as being unusually interested in her research. Dr. Webb moved to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain to peek outside. Her face paled. "There are 3 of them," she whispered. "Lewis and 2 others I don't recognize." The knocking came again, more insistent. "Dr. Webb, please open the door. It's important." I drew my gun, motioning for Dr. Webb to stay back. "What do you want, Deputy?" I called. There was a pause, then, "Mr. Ashworth? We need to speak with both of you about the mine." Dr. Webb was hastily gathering her research files, shoving them into a backpack along with her laptop. She gestured toward the bathroom window, our only other exit. The knocking became pounding, the door shuddering in its frame. "Open the door now." We moved quickly to the bathroom, Dr. Webb climbing out first while I covered the door. I heard the wood begin to splinter. They were breaking it down. As I squeezed through the small window, I caught a glimpse of the door giving way. Deputy Lewis burst in, followed by 2 men in civilian clothes. but in the harsh motel lighting, their faces looked wrong, the proportions slightly off, the skin too tight over the bone structure. Their movements had that same unsettling, jerky quality I remembered from the mine. They weren't human. None of them were human. Dr. Webb and I ran for her car, bullets striking the pavement around us. I returned fire, hitting one of our pursuers in the chest. He staggered but didn't fall, orange blood seeping through his shirt. We made it to the car and sped away, tires screeching on the asphalt. In the rearview mirror, I could see them standing in the parking lot, watching us go, not chasing, almost as if they knew something we didn't. "They're infiltrating," Dr. Webb said, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Taking positions of authority. Lewis is a deputy sheriff, for God's sake." "Where are we going?" I asked, checking the ammunition in my gun. "Only a few rounds left." "Charlie's," she replied. "We need to warn him, then get out of Eli. Take this to someone who can help. FBI, military, someone." But as we pulled up to Charlie's small house on the edge of town, we knew something was wrong. The front door stood open, swinging gently in the night breeze. A lamp had been knocked over in the living room, the bulb casting strange, elongated shadows across the walls. "Charlie?" I called, gun raised as we entered cautiously. There was no answer, just the oppressive silence of a house that had recently witnessed violence. In the kitchen, we found signs of a struggle, broken dishes, a chair overturned, smears of blood on the linoleum floor. Charlie's shotgun lay on the floor, unfired. "They took him," Dr. Webb said, her voice breaking, "because he was helping us." I nodded grimly, "And they'll be coming back for us." We gathered what supplies we could find: ammunition for my pistol, food, water, Charlie's spare truck keys. We needed to get out of Eli, to take what we knew to someone who could help. But as we stepped outside, we realized it might already be too late. Cars were converging on the house. Police cruisers, civilian vehicles, their headlights cutting through the darkness. I counted at least 5, containing perhaps a dozen people. Or things that looked like people. "The back," I urged, pulling Dr. Webb toward Charlie's old pickup parked behind the house. We piled in, the engine roaring to life as the first of our pursuers reached the front yard. We took the back roads, avoiding the main highway where they would certainly have set up roadblocks. Dr. Webb navigated while I drove, both of us scanning the darkness for signs of pursuit. "Head for the old fire road through the Humboldt," she said, pointing to a barely visible track cutting through the sagebrush. "It connects to Highway 50 about 40 miles west. They might not think to cover it." The truck bounced and rattled over the rough terrain, the headlights illuminating just a few feet of the narrow dirt road ahead. Behind us, I could see distant headlights. They'd figured out our escape route. "They're coming," I warned, pushing the aging truck as fast as I dared on the treacherous road. Dr. Webb looked back, her face grim in the dashboard lights. "Dale, if they catch us..." "They won't," I cut her off, not wanting to consider the alternative. But deep down, I knew our chances were slim. These creatures had been hunting humans for who knows how long. They were faster, stronger, and now they had vehicles and weapons. And they were everywhere, disguised as the very people we might turn to for help. As we crested a ridge, I saw something that made my heart sink. More headlights ahead, coming toward us from the direction of Highway 50. They'd cut us off. "Hold on," I said, wrenching the wheel to the right, taking the truck off-road into the sagebrush. The undercarriage screamed in protest as we bounced over rocks and through shallow gullies. For a few minutes, it seemed like we might make it. The pursuing vehicles fell behind, unable to follow our erratic path through the desert scrub. But then the truck hit something hard, a hidden boulder or ditch, and the front axle snapped with a sound like a gunshot. We were stranded, miles from the highway, with unknown numbers of hostiles closing in from all sides. "We need to move on foot," I said, grabbing the backpack with Dr. Webb's research. "Head for those hills. The rocks will give us cover. We ran, stumbling through the darkness, the moonlight our only guide. Behind us, I could hear vehicles stopping, doors slamming, voices calling out. They were organizing a search party. We reached the rocky hills and began climbing, seeking a defensible position. The rough stone tore at our hands, but fear drove us upward, away from the creatures that hunted us. Halfway up, we found what we were looking for. A small cave, barely visible in the darkness, its entrance hidden behind a stand of juniper trees. We crawled inside, collapsing on the cool dirt floor, gasping for breath. "We can't stay here long," Dr. Webb whispered. "They'll search every inch of these hills by morning." I nodded, checking my gun. 3 rounds left. Not nearly enough. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the distant sounds of our pursuers organizing their search. Flashlight beams swept across the hillside below, probing the darkness for any sign of us. "Dale," Dr. Webb said finally, her voice soft but determined. "If we don't make it out of here, someone needs to know what we've learned." She pulled a small digital recorder from her pocket, the same model Sheriff Daniels had used. "I've been documenting everything. The creatures, their abilities, their weaknesses, the locations of possible nests. It's all here." She pressed it into my hand. "One of us has to get this out, to someone who can help." I understood what she was suggesting. A distraction. One of us would draw them away, giving the other a chance to escape with the evidence. "I'll go," I said immediately. "You take the research and the recorder, head west toward Highway 50. But she shook her head. "You're a better shot, and you've faced them before. You'll have a better chance of fighting them off." She managed a small smile. "Besides, I was on the track team in college. I'm faster." Before I could argue, she handed me the backpack and the recorder. "Wait until I've drawn them away, then go east. There's a ranger station about 15 miles that way. They'll have a radio, vehicles." "Eliza," I began, using her first name for perhaps the first time. "You don't have to." "Yes, I do," she cut me off. "Because if we both stay here or try to run together, we'll both be caught. And then everything we know dies with us." She gripped my arm tightly. "Promise me you'll get that information out, that you'll make people believe." I met her gaze in the darkness of the cave, seeing the determination there, the courage. I nodded slowly. "I promise." She hugged me briefly, then moved to the cave entrance, peering out at the searching flashlights below. "Give me 5 minutes, then go." And then she was gone, scrambling down the hillside, intentionally making noise to attract attention. I heard shouts as they spotted her, saw flashlight beams converge on her position. Then came the sound of running feet, crashing through the underbrush. The hunt was on. 5 minutes passed, then 10. The sounds of pursuit faded into the distance as Dr. Webb led them away from the cave, away from me and the vital information I carried. I waited until all was quiet, then slipped out of the cave and began moving east, using the stars to guide me. I walked through the night, my mind replaying everything we'd learned, everything we'd seen. The creature in the mine, speaking of many nests. The infiltrators taking human form. The spread of incidents across the western states. It was a nightmare beyond comprehension, an invasion so subtle, so insidious, that most people wouldn't realize what was happening until it was too late. As dawn broke over the Nevada desert, I reached the ranger station. It was small, just a cabin and a radio tower, but it represented safety, communication with the outside world. I approached cautiously, watching for any sign that they had reached here before me. The station appeared empty, the door locked. I broke a window to get inside, immediately heading for the radio. It was my lifeline, my only chance to warn the world about what was happening in Ely and perhaps in a dozen other small towns across the country. I set up Dr. Webb's laptop, plugging in the digital recorder, preparing to transmit everything we knew. As the equipment powered up, I gazed out the window at the rising sun. Somewhere out there, Dr. Webb was either still running or had been captured. Charlie was missing, possibly dead, and an ancient enemy was spreading, awakening from its long slumber beneath the earth, ready to reclaim the surface world from humanity. I keyed the microphone, took a deep breath, and began to speak. This is Dale Ashworth, calling from Ranger Station 14 outside of Ely, Nevada. What I'm about to tell you will sound impossible, but I have evidence to support every word. 6 months ago, something emerged from an abandoned mine near Steptoe Creek. Something not human. Something that's been waiting beneath the earth for a very long time. And as I spoke, transmitting our findings to whoever might be listening, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That glowing orange eyes were fixed on the ranger station, on me. That the creatures already knew what I was doing and were coming for me, even now. But it didn't matter. The truth was going out. And even if they got me, even if they got all of us, someone would hear. Someone would know. Someone would fight. Because if there's one thing I learned in Ely, it's that humanity isn't ready to surrender the surface world. Not to hunger, not to darkness, not to the things that wait below. Not without one hell of a fight.